Hello. I came across this article on bridge winners. And while we get set up, let's take a look at what Edgton said. Since we are back, and we have a few minutes. Deterrent by Nabil Edgton. Recent round of 16 loser to Team Switzerland. Bridge has an issue dealing with issues. I'll forgive him. English is not his first language. He grew up speaking Australian, and so maybe he has some problems like crafting sentences. Bridge has an issue dealing with issues ranging from generally poor ethics to tempo issues, bending the rules, and outright breaking them. Sounds like someone thinks he's been cheated. Players seem to be able to get away with repeated violations because they happen against different players and in different tournaments. And most of the time, nothing is done about them because they're viewed and dealt with in isolation. Yeah, this is a problem where if you don't fill out a recorder form, so in the ACBL, I would say that this kind of gets dealt with. I've never looked behind the scenes, so I don't actually know how C&E committees, conduct and ethics committees, work in the ACBL, but the way it's supposed to work is that there's this thing called a recorder form. And if someone does something untoward towards you, you go to a director, get a recorder form. I mean, I've filled some out against opponents that I've played against. And you effectively just log the thing. And then someone is going to have like a bunch of these recorder forms, probably not on a computer somewhere because most players believe that the recorder is another name for waste bin. Yeah, it's possible, right? Like I was getting to, I mean, they should have like some sort of like real filing system, as in not a bunch of paper files, but like put this onto a computer where you could easily sort through it. And then like if the same name popped up 100 times, then maybe you would look into it. But they don't. Either way, like, I mean, actually two of the recorder forms I think I've only ever filled out two. I generally don't like accuse people of cheating unless it's very obvious to me that they are. So 2 out of 2 recorder forms I filled out have gotten players sanctioned. So from my perspective, the system works for the ACBL. But this whole concept revolves around people actually using the system to some extent. Where, yes, if the same players cheat against every new opponent that they face, they might never be found out for like years because they'll be playing against so many different opponents. What does he keep doing? Maybe a director was called and a warning given, perhaps an adjustment made, or the board is just circulated amongst players who shrug and say, yep, more of that. Oh God, I don't know why I'm dying. This is bad. Okay, we'll continue though. So this, I think, was the attitude, like the whole, yep, we know they're cheating, but that's just how the game works. This was the attitude prior to 2015, before the big like Boya Brogeland like takedown happened. And I mean, I know that I was guilty of being one of these yeppers, the yes men sitting around and being like, yeah, we know that Fisher Schwartz are cheating, but there's nothing we can do about it. So I think that was a popular attitude, but nowadays I think that's less so. Anyway, my rough idea is for someone to create a website called something like Bridge Hands that would allow someone to anonymously upload data about a particular hand. The data you'd have to be provided would be 2 pairs at the table, hand number, a link to the footage, a link to the ViewGraph archive. This doesn't sound very anonymous as long as we know which players are at the table. I mean, it's true, like, yes, the person reporting them would be anonymous, but it's clear who you're accusing of cheating, right? Like, it would be different if, oh God, I don't know. Hopefully this isn't a problem. Do I need water? I don't think water's gonna help. Just feels like my throat is like very itchy. If you want this to be anonymous, which I think seems like a reasonable attempt, then you shouldn't give the names for players at the table. You should give them numbers, right? Like there should be some sort of automated system so that someone behind the scenes will know the associations, or maybe we could like, you know, everyone's into crypto, right? We could do a blockchain so that you need like a private and public key and whatever to access who's who. But really, like, I don't think this would be effective if you have the people's names. Then it's like a public accusation. I don't know. Anyway, yes, Bridge Wieners sounds like an excellent name for the site. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, so, like, he wants to do something basically like I was suggesting, the recorder forms, but, like, have a digital record of it. Seems fair. Oh, no. No, dude. Oh, this is going so badly. Wait, hold on. Is Bridge Wieners an actual site? It is not. It is not. Domain is open if anyone wants to build that website. Looking at you, Greg. You didn't click the link in case it was. Don't worry. I go to all the sketchy links in chat so that you don't have to. That's my job. You used to have it as a redirect because Camel kept calling you Bridge Wieners. Wow, asshole. Ooh, we still have the scores from last set. Man, 6 hearts. What a bid. Klukowski. Not messing around with that one. It seems like a sensible attempt, right? Like, imagine South really does have basically everything, missing the heart ace. Just give Kalita ace of hearts and a diamond, where he can take a diamond finesse, and probably has decent play. Klukowski counts 7 hearts, ace of diamonds, ace of clubs, queen of diamonds. That's 10 tricks. And then as long as he can rough out the diamonds if they're 4-2 or better, he'd be able to make it. Good effort. I do feel like that board could have gone the other way. Oh, yeah, we can't see the auction in the other room, unfortunately, but... So we had a vote for Brink Driver's table in this match. I'm honestly more interested in finding out who Edgerton wanted to accuse of cheating than than following this match, but we'll stick here. So Nickel is ahead of Goodman on the other side of the bracket. You don't think we should be supporting drunk drivers because Brink and Driver? Do you think starting with 4-0 caused too much of a risk? I don't know. I mean, obviously he could have bid 4-0, but... Alright, let's jump in. We have Brink and Driver. Goodbye, Twitch chat. I will see you in a bit. Oh no, this is... Alright, here we go. Hello and welcome back, everyone. I will be joined shortly, I believe, by my co-host, Craig Ganser. So we're here starting out the third quarter of play in the Switzerland versus Bathurst matchup, the semifinals of the Vanderbilt from Louisville. And Switzerland has been a bit of an unstoppable force in the second half of these matches, playing their front four with Brink Driver and Kalita Klukowski. I believe they've only lost one quarter of play past halftime, and that was to the lean team in the round of 32. And their loss was only by, I think, a single-digit margin. So Switzerland might have a chance to make a bit of a run, but they're going to need to do so over the next 30 boards, because 40 imps is nothing to scoff at. There's quite a few game swings in the making. First board, Driver does open 3 clubs. We've seen that Brink, not too shy to open some 6-card minors at the 3 level, but Driver may be a little bit more disciplined of the two. East comes in with a takeout double, and after a 5-club preamp from South, Ron Smith over there in the West seat, no club losers, has this awesome diamond suit, big 13 count, all aces and kings for the most part, and working honors, decides to try 6 diamonds, which looks like it's going to be a great place to play. I wonder which black suit Driver is going to lead at trick 1. He might expect that oftentimes on auctions like this, West is going to have Club Void, which he does. So maybe looking for Spade Ruff would be a more productive way of trying to score 2 defensive tricks. But either way, Declare is going to have no issue. After the opening lead, he'll be able to pull trumps, even if they're 3-0, and give up a spade trick. So nice auction for Bathurst in this room, getting to the par contract in just 2 bids. I guess I'm not sure who's sitting in for Bathurst in the other room. I imagine it's probably going to be team captain Kevin Bathurst himself, because I think the Chinese partnership over there has already played 2 sets in a row, and they might want a break. Driver giving this a lot of thought on opening lead. I mean, one thing he might be worried about is it's not as if leading a club is even safe. The opponents might have a 0-0 club fit, and opening club lead could give a rough and slough. I think any of the 3 non-trump suits are in play for North's opening lead choice. I mean, Singleton Jack, while sometimes your partner will have the spade ace on this auction, it does seem pretty unlikely. And that Jack of Spades could pick up the spade suit for Declare, or at least resolve some sort of guess that he otherwise would have had. Heart lead if you're kind of hoping that you might need to put a heart through East's hand before partner's, say, spade winner gets knocked out. Could be a reasonable alternative as well. But driver does go with the spade lead, kind of hoping that there's any chance for a spade ruff, and it's not going to work out this time. We might see a claim before Declare even plays a card from dummy, but no. He does follow the first trick, will win the king of spades, and probably claim from there. There it is, 920. So a good start. Definitely a good start for Team Bathurst in this set. Smith and Compton were, I believe, playing in the second segment as well. They had been sitting out in the first set. So on to the second board. I'm actually not familiar with Smith and Compton's card, so let me get that pulled up really quickly. As an American, I have played a ton of boards against both Ron Smith and Chris Compton. I've partnered Ron Smith in a number of events as well, and been teammates with him. And it looks like they're just playing a... Well, I've got a Compton Granger card. David Granger, notably not Ron Smith. Let me try again. Well, this hand we don't get to find out anything about the East-West Convention card because South opens a club in first seat. 2 or more clubs. Couldn't include some strong hands, but generally is just going to be the weak no trump stuff or lengthened clubs. West makes a takeout double. A lot of players will hate making takeout doubles if they're 4-3-3, but Ron Smith, of course, knows that this North-South partnership likes to be fairly active in the auctions and is afraid of possibly missing a game if he doesn't take action with his 15 count over there. North bids a diamond. Compton jumps to 2 spades. Now, 1 spade would have been a free bid on East's hand. So normally this 2 spade bid would show pretty substantial extras in terms of values. Maybe Compton really likes his singleton diamond for this action. I think a lot of players would prefer to have a 5-card spade suit and maybe an 8 count over there, especially given that they're a passed hand. South shows a bit of diamond support. West supports his partner spades. And I wonder if North is going to take a second call. He has a big hand with 5-5 in the minors. His partner's opened. But the small straight flush and diamonds is not the prettiest trump suit. But he does take a second call. He bids 4 clubs to show both minors, and I imagine they're gonna get to 4 diamonds here. I don't believe West is going to take another call. He does not. Kind of respects his partner's ability to find a bid if he wants to make one. But 4 diamonds it is. I bet we'll see this sail down 2. West has 2 natural trump tricks. The ace of hearts, ace of spades, and king of spades can all take tricks. I like Compton's lead of a heart. I was going to maybe suggest a heart. Because he has the king of spades, it's not so dangerous for him to lead the side heart suit, because if his partner gets in with heart ace, he can always play ace of spades and a spade back to Compton's king if the heart opening lead was not successful. Whereas if he leads a spade, that might cut communications between his partner and his hand, especially if North had a singleton spade, and now he wouldn't be able to lead a heart through whatever South's heart honors were, King Jack, for example. As it is, heart goes to the ace. Ron Smith understands that looking at this dummy, he absolutely needs to cash out immediately. So ace of spades, queen of spades. And he'll sit back and wait for his 2 trumps. Should see a claim in just a second. Ooh. Well, well, well. We did think there might have been a chance for a swing on the first board, East-West getting to 6 diamonds, but Kalita and Klukowski end up mispicking the trump suit, and that cost them dearly. They get all the way up to 6 spades, which is a contract that looks like there's nothing Declare can do if North-South lead clubs at trick 1. Yeah, this kind of forces 2 trump tricks on the North-South cards. On a single dummy basis, you might have been able to play the ace of spades first, picking off the stiff jack and lead towards the king 9, but not when a club is led on the first trick. There's just nothing Declare can do other than play for 3-2 trumps. And he ends up down 1. There wasn't even as much preemption as at this table. In this room, North-South got all the way up to 5 clubs pretty quickly, whereas in the other room, they only got up to the 3 level. So, a step in the wrong direction for Switzerland, and Bathurst picks up a big 14 to start the set. 1 no trump by Brink, kind of variable no trump ranges that they play depending on the vulnerability. Here it is 10 to 14. North bids 2 clubs. And I don't think Compton is going to get involved in the auction at this point. You know, if North had passed a no trump, then Compton definitely would have balanced for fear that his side might be missing a vulnerable game. And he might still miss a vulnerable game if he does pass, but now that North has suggested his side has at least half the balance of power, Compton is a little bit less likely to go searching. So 2 clubs, some sort of Stamen type bid, maybe a little bit modified over the week, no trump, 2 hearts by South, showing hearts, 2 spades by North, invitational with 5 spades. And that's where we've ended up. So Compton probably pretty relieved that he didn't get involved here. His side can make a diamond partial, but seems like he did well to stay out of the action. East choosing a club for his opening lead. Kind of the unbid suit in a sense, because South showed hearts. Floats around to the ace, and driver does put a low spade through, which is going to force Compton to split his honors. Now the 10 of spades draws the 7 from West. And with North having plenty of entries, even the Jack of Hearts will be an entry if he decides to hook the hearts that way. He might be able to pull trumps on this hand. Yeah, Compton has not worked out that his best defense is going to be to start tapping Declare in diamonds. So club goes around to the Jack. Yeah, and now another spade. Compton can win. But if he continues this passive defense and exits a heart here, Declare is going to be very happy with the way that this hand played out. A couple rounds of diamonds might cause Declare to just cash out rather than try and pick up the heart suit. Six of Hearts a little bit of an unusual signal, in fact. Normally, players are recommended that you should be giving your loudest signal possible. But it looks like the Six of Hearts was well read. Diamond to the king, club ruff. And now after the ace of diamonds, Declare does have a two-way guess for the heart queen for an over trick. Given that spades are 4-2 and clubs are 4-2 the other way, it kind of is a bit of a toss-up. And he probably won't get any extra information on the queen of clubs. East will always pitch a diamond, knowing that that's safe. West is following. So he just kind of has to make up his mind and decide who to hook for that card. Bathurst continuing to pick up on board 2. So at this table, they got to 4 diamonds and went down a couple of tricks. Not doubled, though. Saved themselves a little bit of hassle, but in the other room, 3 diamonds does go down 1. So 3 more imps going to Bathurst on that one. They've extended their lead to 57 over Switzerland. I do have confirmation my co-caster Craig will be joining in just a little bit. He said he is running late, so should be here soon. In case people are tired of just listening to me yap all day, don't worry. I expect driver to open this hand in second seat. It's only a 10 count. Okay, he doesn't. He passes relatively quickly. But with 5-4 in the majors, and especially with them playing a fairly aggressive style. That might have been an opportunity. Wow, Compton doesn't even stick in an opening bid in third. A lot of players who have been tempted to open a diamond, at least for their lead directional value. But 3 passes around to South, who opens a club. North gets to bid a heart. And South passes, showing 3 hearts, exactly. If South had 4 hearts, he would always be raising here. I don't think Ron Smith is going to be balancing here, but he knows that something weird is going on because he only has 7 highs and the opponents have stopped at the 1 level. But 1 heart is where the contract ends. So we'll see how it happens in the other room on this board if if North-South get a little bit higher. Looks like 4 of a major is actually a making spot. King of clubs on side, and the fact that there's no wasted values in diamonds opposite North Singleton, the hearts split, the spades split. We could see a bit of a swing on this one. Once again, going in favor of Bathurst, who seems to be just like picking up steam as the match goes on. But will Bathurst and Hurd, who are sitting in for the Bathurst team, North-South in the other room, will they be able to find their way up to 4 of a major on this one? Or will they stop just shy like they did in this room? It has yet to be seen. Declare has pulled some trumps here, is now going to continue playing spades. I mean, if Compton ends up roughing in at any point, he'll probably just exit in diamonds. But Declare will be able to lead a club up to the queen eventually to score his 10 tricks. I'm pretty sure Compton understands that this is a little bit hopeless. There's no way he's ever beating 1 heart, no matter what. And he's probably fairly confident that Declare started with 5 hearts. Otherwise, this plan of Ace King of trumps and then exit a diamond doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, maybe he'll rough in and switch to a club, hoping that his partner has the club ace, and they can at least collect a few club tricks that way. But I strongly suspect he'll pitch a diamond. I guess I am wrong. He does rough in, continues diamonds, tapping Declare. Who can continue cashing spades, get some more information. Always worthwhile in these positions to ask, is there anything that I can do better than just taking a simple finesse? Because sometimes you'll have an automatic end play. Sometimes the opponents will give away information about the location of a key honor. if you run your long suits first. Both East and West pitch clubs. Now club d-ace, club to the king, and Declare does ultimately score his queen of clubs for trick 10. So 170. Well, on board 3 in the other room, we saw here Driver had that guess for the Queen of Hearts in the end position for an over trick, ended up misguessing. The other table did manage to make 3 in a spade part score north-south. So another imp going the way of Bathurst. Currently up by 58. And it's never too late to count out Switzerland. They have made a large number of these third and fourth quarter comebacks over this event, as well as they've been doing this for quite a while. This team has been playing together for years now. But things are getting a little bit dire. There's only 26 boards left in the event for them to play, and they need more than 2 umps aboard at this point. So on this hand, Compton gets to open a club. Looks like East-West are playing some variation of 2/1. South overcalls a heart. West bids a spade. East rebids 2 clubs, thinking that nothing's gone wrong so far, and South comes in with a takeout double. So Driver passes. Compton probably pretty excited to pass this out. He knows he doesn't have good club spots, but he has a lot of aces and kings. And sometimes when you have and the opponent's trying to penalize you in a trump suit, they're probably hoping that the aces and kings are pretty evenly divided between the defense and offensive hands, whereas here Compton kind of suggests that that's not the case. So Brink has to make an opening lead. And I think he's just repeatedly going to get stuck on lead this hand. So how badly will Declare do? I wonder if he might have a chance to make this. Like, let's say the king of spades is the lead chosen. East can win the ace and return the suit, setting up a bunch of spade winners in West's hand. And not only that, but he's going to be able to take diamond finesses against South while still preserving that queen of clubs as an entry to long diamonds and spades. So it looks like Declare might be able to get away with 2 diamonds, at least 1 spade, and at least 3 clubs. And certainly 1 more trick in the wash, because he'll be able to score at least a trump trick on Passant. Maybe North-South will still be able to come out ahead, but this is a tricky spot for sure for the defenders. They have no quick way to get North in to put hearts through. Now, despite this being a doubled part score, not all of the doubled part scores are created equal, and this one is not a game if it happens to make. And I think that was Driver's analysis, is that even if 2 clubs doubled happens to come home for whatever reason, that's not a big deal because it's only 180. As opposed to if Driver had taken a bid, his side might have been the one doubled. So 7 of spades is a winner. Driver does need to rough in, and he'll split from his Jack 10, 9, 8, 7 of trumps. So he roughs in with the 7. Now it is worth noting that Declare, in a sense, misguessed the diamonds by flying king on the first round of the suit when Brink put a low diamond on the table. Maybe Compton was afraid that if he stuck in the jack and it lost, now a heart comes through and he ends up going down like 3 or something in the worst case scenario. And so as North roughs in, Declare pitches a diamond loser, but now the defense is firmly in control. North on lead gets to put the Jack of Hearts on the table, cash a few hearts, and eventually Declare will kind of get stuck. Oh boy, as this hand concludes, we have another 10 imps going the way of Bathurst on board 4. North, John Hurd in the other room did open the hand, the 10 count with 5-4 in the majors, 1 heart. And after a game forcing 2 club bid by South, they found their 4-4 spade fit, got all the way up to 4 spades, and had no trouble making it, even with an over trick, when the defense wasn't able to get a club trick. So, huge results coming through for Team Bathurst, although maybe this board 5 will slow their momentum a little bit. Often getting doubled in part scores does that to a team. You know, Smith and Compton were probably feeling pretty good about their set. They bid to 6 diamonds, which looks like a pretty normal spot, and you might expect your opponents to get there in the other room, but they did not, so they won 14 on that one. Then the opponents had a little bit of an accident getting to the 4 level in diamonds on board 2. They won a few imps there. They held 2 spades to 8 tricks, and then their opponents missed a game on board 4. Compton and Smith might have been feeling great. So, important board for Driver and Brink to actually slow the momentum. And they do beat it 2 for 300. East on this hand gets to open a no trump, or a spade, deciding his hand is outside of their no trump range. 17 count, but a good 5-card suit. A no trump by West, semi-forcing, but planning to show this hand as a 3-card limit raise in spades. It is 12 high card points, but it's aceless. King, Queen, Doubleton of Hearts is not a particularly good holding. The Jack of Spades might not be a very useful card, so kind of understandably, Ron Smith decided that his hand was not quite good enough to game force. And now that East has rebid 2-0, showing the 18 to 19 balanced range, West needs a way to confirm that he has spade support, but also values. So if West had just bid 3 spades, it would have showed one of these hand types that is too weak to make a constructive 2 spade raise, planning on the auction a spade, a no trump, 2 of a minor, 2 spades. So West had to do something different than just bid 3 spades directly, and that's why he's jumped to the 4 level here to show his extras. South gets the 9 of clubs on the table, and not too much that can go wrong for Declare here. Because he has all of the spade spots, and because he only has a Doubleton club, even if he misguesses spades, there's no way that the defense can get like a club rough or cause some sort of trump promotion. So we're just looking at, will declare guess the spade suit correctly for an over trick or not? His only two losers outside are the ace of clubs and ace of hearts. This is the kind of board that Compton and Smith are going to be happy to see, knowing that they came into the segment up 40 and they've had a pretty good set so far. When you're the leaders, you really want these hands where your guesses are for over tricks and bidding to game is not challenging. So Compton pausing just to think at trick one, make sure that he's not missing anything. Probably thinking about some 4-1 trump splits and whether or not that can cause him some issues, how to best deal with those. But after winning the king of clubs at trick one, he's going to have no problems whatsoever. He is spending quite a bit of time, actually, trying to decide what to do at trick two. I mean, to me, it looks like the only choices are to pull trumps, and the question is just who to hook for the spade queen. If he was able to cash the ace king queen of diamonds, and that's a big if, because we see here that diamonds are 5-2, then he could exit a heart, cash a heart trick eventually, and effectively just have a high cross ruff. He might lose a trick to the queen of spades, but he would have all of the high trump spots at that point. But I don't think that that's really a reasonable alternative to just pulling trumps. All right, so spade, does he stick in the jack, or are we playing the king? Spade to the jack. This makes a lot of sense. You know, that 9 of clubs lead is from shortness. The only thing Compton knows about the deal is that North has more clubs than South, so that makes it a little bit more likely that South has longer spades. $6.20. So 6 boards in, we got 9 to play in this set. And then, of course, as usual, the players will have a short break to compare. Both of these teams only took about 2 or 3 minutes to compare between the first and second quarters before coming back to sit in. We might see that as well again. They're just eager to get the match over with, win or lose. All right, this is exactly the type of hand that Switzerland really needs to see. These big distributional freaks. North has 10 cards in the majors, East has 10 cards in the minors. Everyone else has a little bit of distribution as well. So Brink decides not to open. Would have been able to open 3 clubs if he wanted. I guess it's not his cup of tea, vulnerable. A heart by West. 3 spades by North, facing a past hand partner. North probably decides to go the preemptive route rather than just overcalling at the 1 level. East bids 4 hearts, looking for the heart game. Brink is considering a 4 spade bid. He only has ace doubleton, but his partner shouldn't be completely broke on this type of hand. Especially vulnerable. And with a little bit of extra shape, that might mean 4 spades could be a productive save. But no, North-South let it go. And I wonder how this is going to work out for them. I think East-West are likely to make this. But I guess Declare has some work to do, right? He'll need to find ways to get back to his hand to ruff a couple of spades. And of course, pulling trumps is a little bit challenging when the King of Hearts is offside, which Declare might not expect. Maybe there's just too much to do. I guess I was originally thinking that maybe Declare could get away with just one club and 2 heart losers, but it's really tough to find a parking place for all 4 of those spades before you pull trumps. So I think Declare is going to be sailing off a trick, maybe. Alright, Ace of Clubs is 1 trick 1, and now North will need to spend a minute thinking. He might believe that he has 2 trump tricks, at least some of the time. That King 10 third of hearts looks like it could produce a couple of trump tricks. But he still needs 1 more from his partner to be able to beat this. I bet if we see North switch to the Queen of Spades, Declare will be in the game to try and make it. Because that wouldn't be a lead that North would necessarily make if he had the spade ace. I mean, pretty unlikely. And so West might feel more confident that the ace of spades is roughing out. He could rough a spade, cross back to the diamond queen, rough a spade, felling the ace. It might still be too much work to do, but at that point he would be able to pull trumps. And with North having squandered the spade queen already, North wouldn't be able to profitably attack the King 10 of spades. I think the Queen of Spades will let Declare make if he plays carefully. So Driver needs to be careful on how he defends. You know, an alternative plan, and one that might occur to Driver, is to switch to diamonds. Because he's sitting with the trumps tightly locked up, attacking Dummy's entries in the diamond suit could be a productive defense. But as I expected, he did take quite a bit of time to make his decision at trick 2, having seen the dummy. Kind of an interesting carding position, actually, for South on trick 1. I mean, this trick went by so quickly that there's so much going on. But Brink knows that either Declare is showing out on this trick, which is pretty unlikely. Partner is unlikely to lead from ace doubleton in a side suit. Or Declare is following and clubs are 6-5-1-1. So you might think, oh, that's great. Like, I'll just give a suit preference signal on this trick. Right? But North doesn't know that South has 6 clubs. There's no indication in the auction, right? South never even took a call in this auction. So if South tries to give a suit preference signal, his partner might read it as attitude, which would be their common signal that they give at trick 1. And so let's say South had decided to play, say, the 7 of clubs, trying to be suit preference for spades. Please lead a spade partner, I have the ace. Then North might get in his head that, oh no, partner doesn't have the king of clubs. He gave me a negative attitude signal and now misplace all of Declarer's values on defense. So I think all things considered, Brink probably very quickly worked through all of this in his head and came up with the 2 of clubs as like an encouraging attitude signal at trick 1. Now at least Driver has the information that, hey, partner has the king of clubs. That's good news for us. I don't need to be worried about Declarer running the club suit against me. I can focus on other things. So a lot of these intricate situations that arise at the table where, you know, to an observer who's just kind of sitting back with their margarita in hand, sipping it on their beach chair and watching the broadcast might think, okay, ace of clubs cashes, now North switches to something, blah, blah, blah. But in reality, Brink made a very important signal at trick 1 that might not direct Driver in the best way possible, but at least he has a chance to get the hand correctly. We do have the first imps for Switzerland in this set. They have been slipping. Oh man, and on board 5, where we thought maybe there was a chance Switzerland could pick up imps, in fact, Bathurst ends up picking up imps because Kalita opened a no trump on the hand with 6-card club suit. And when North-South ended up getting involved in the auction, Kalita felt obligated to bid 3 clubs next. That got doubled. And so we were just a level higher. Declarer took the same 6 tricks as at this table, and that was 5 imps going to Bathurst. But finally, board 6, they got to 4 spades in this room, ended up misguessing the spade queen. The other table got to 3 no trump and no such bad luck. They do guess the queen of spades correctly, and they made 11 tricks for 1 imp. Driver's still thinking at trick 2. So oddly enough, the card that looks safest in his hand, which is the queen of spades, would have likely let Declarer make the contract if he had switched to that. He does switch to diamonds, and I think this is kind of well judged by him. And now I believe Declarer is going to have a little bit too much work to do. He wins the diamond queen, he roughs a spade. I mean, he'll probably rough a club low back to hand, figuring that North actually led from the ace-king of clubs, as ace from ace-king is the common lead convention here. He'll be surprised when North overroughs this trick, but there wasn't much he could do about it. He has no other hand reentries. You know, I promised everyone a co-caster, and I apologize if I don't follow through on that promise. I did get a message saying that he was running a little bit late, but We're currently about an hour into the set. I feel like it might just be me. So apologies if you're here for the other member of my squadron. Hopefully he'll be back sometime soon. You know, driver going into the tank at this point, I know Danny and I were talking about this yesterday when we were doing some commentary together, where if you don't want to be on lead, maybe you shouldn't win a trick. I don't know if driver necessarily should have overruffed the 3 of hearts with the 10. I mean, probably, right? He doesn't know that his partner has the Jack of Hearts, so he's probably hopeful that he had 2 heart tricks, and now that's become a reality with this overruff. But maybe before overruffing, he should have spent some time thinking about what to switch to, because he can't get any more information now. He has to make his decision about where to switch. And there's no undo button in real life, as you might see in some of the online events. If driver decides 5 minutes from now that he would very much prefer to have discarded a diamond, for example, on that 3 of hearts, he can't go back. So it's worthwhile thinking about what you're going to play next when you win a trick, because sometimes you shouldn't win the trick. And now we have another 5-minute think for this board. It looks to me like a driver should just continue his plan of attacking the diamond suit, right? Declare had nothing better to do than to rough a club back to hand when he roughed a spade, so allowing Declare to continue roughing spades doesn't look helpful. Obviously, switching to a heart away from King Doubleton looks like a disaster, so I don't think he should do that. And now it comes down to, I guess we just continue diamonds, because what else? But he is spending his time thinking things through. I think it turns out that the 2 of hearts doesn't blow a trick, because East is kind of stuck on lead after roughing a spade. Declare will still get his King of Hearts like en passant if he switches to the 2 of hearts now. But I feel like I'm running out of things to say at this point, since driver has given us this 10-minute pause. We're just waiting for the other table to catch up now. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, someone has pointed out. Look, I'm grasping at straws here on trying to figure out what driver's thinking about. Of course, Declare could just pull trumps and then run the diamond suit if the 2 of hearts came back. Yes, you're right. No need to continue harassing me in the comments, but you still can. I do appreciate being told that I'm wrong every once in a while, or most of the time. I mean, it really looks like driver just has to exit this diamond. I do not know what else. And actually, the longer that North thinks about this play, I think the more likely West is to believe that he actually holds the Heart King. Because if North didn't have the King of Hearts, I mean, for one thing, he might return a trump now, but he probably wouldn't be taking this long. Generally, one of the reasons why defenders are thinking in a position that, I don't know, to declare might seem like there's an obvious defense, right? Return a diamond, dummy gets stuck, is because they're looking at the most of the defensive assets and they're trying to come up with any layout of the cards where they can beat the contract. So I think double dummy, declare, has some potential to make the contract after a diamond comes back. He can win the ace of diamonds, rough a club low again, and if North overroughs, there's no way to cut communication in the diamond suit. North would effectively, hello.
Hi, my apologies. I had some work I needed to finish up before the day ended.
Well, you haven't missed much. I mean, we're basically where we
Good.
started at the half.
Wow, I hadn't realized the margin had grown that much.
Yeah, it's just been nightmare after nightmare for Switzerland to start this set. And I mean, this could be another one now with Driver maybe realizing that he has no double dummy defense to beat the contract. So now he's searching for single dummy alternatives. But again, I feel like a diamond back earlier would have possibly caused Declare to go wrong. Because I think Declare would have been in the position to possibly take a heart finesse.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the hands from earlier in the set. Huh. Oh, I see. Wow, what a way to start the set with choosing the wrong slam and ending up losing 14 imps.
Yeah. Well, other table has caught up. Four hearts has gone down in the other room. And here we go. So a spade comes back, the ace gets roughed out, and now I'm pretty confident that Declare is just going to play for... it's close. Okay, so Smith does mispick the position here. He takes the heart finesse, and that's going to cost him dearly.
Yeah. Yeah, now assuming Driver does work out to play a spade, they will push the board.
Yeah, so looks like Smith did not read that deeply into the position with Driver thinking for so long at multiple points in the defense. But, well, are we going to see Driver's third 10-minute think of the board here? No. Finally, he heard me.
Has this board really been that slow?
It really has. All right, Queen of Spades comes back. Rough.
Yeah, I think.
They cut the bleeding, at least. And
Yeah, although cutting the bleeding with a push doesn't really help them that much.
yeah, well, if we keep picking up these distributional hands, I mean, this is exactly what Switzerland wants.
Yeah, although 72 imps with 15 boards to go, well, I guess it's 22 boards go. I'm saying if the quarter ends here, it's going to be virtually impossible for the Swiss to get back into it.
That sounds like a challenge.
Yeah, it's, 70 imps in 15 boards is, it's possible, but it's a pretty tall order.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how East West handled this hand. You know, this, I think it went a spade past three spades.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, so West does not open a club. Opens one spade. East bids three spades. Mixed.
And tough for South, though, I think. Wants to get in here, but double is obviously pretty unsuitable. 3-no is probably takeout, so he can't play it there. 4 diamonds is kind of scary. He's going to have to do something, but he's not going to like any of his choices.
Yeah, I mean, 4 diamonds seems... Yeah, we'll get the undos back to 1 spade for an opening bid. And South probably bids 4 diamonds here for lack of anything better to do. I mean, maybe you could bid 5 diamonds, but...
That seems, a little excessive, although you're not that far from making it in your hand.
Yeah. I mean, some players will play something like 4 spades and 4-no, or different types of hands here.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I mean, 5 diamonds will make, as it turns out, because you only have 1 dummy entry. So if you... I guess I can actually make 6 diamonds, because you can drop the queen of diamonds and use your 1 dummy... No, I guess you have a club loser. So yeah, so you use your 1 dummy entry to take the club finesse. Of course, if you use your 1 dummy entry to take the diamond finesse, you'll go down.
yeah, you might expect the king of clubs to be with the opening.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I take it back, because if West leads the king of hearts, now you can't use your dummy entry late enough. So if you take the club finesse, West can rough it and beat you.
Mm-hmm.
You still have a club to take.
Yeah, Brink is thinking about his choices here.
Yeah, the East-West pair just doesn't have any aces at all, so they can't make 4 spades. They're off 4 top tricks, even with the club void.
Yeah. Yeah, but they got there in the other room, and... Alright, South bids 3, no, it gets alerted. I don't know what the alert is, but maybe we'll find out. I mean, maybe it's like I want to... Like, I have a 4 of a minor bid, but also a spade stopper.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, West is just going to bid... Well, I was going to say West would bid 4 hearts, but I guess there's no real reason to offer an alternative. I mean, the only reason I think that he might bid is to give partner some more information if South does decide to make another call.
Mm-hmm.
But he knows where he wants to be, and that's what he bids.
Ooh. I'm told the other room, and as indeed is true, the other room opened 4 spades, Klukovsky, over there. Now,
Well,
he knows that he has had a horrible set.
mm-hmm.
So maybe there's some reason why he's decided to go a little bit swingy on this board. I don't think there's anything horribly wrong with opening 4 spades on 6-5 in the majors, but it is a little bit of a swingy action.
Yeah, I think he doesn't know that it's quite as bad as it has been. Obviously, he knows the slam's a disaster, but there's this game that North-South missed here that he may not realize isn't further attempts against him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, South, of course, with quite a lot of tricks and aces and kings, is perfectly happy to double back in, and partner can either pull to 5 of minor or not, depending on what his hand looks like.
Yeah, I'm wondering. Al seems to think that 3-0 is natural, which is a reasonable take on the South hand, of course.
Yeah.
If the diamonds come home, you have 8 tricks, and then you're going to need probably a heart card from part. I mean, probably the heart ace, because the club hook is unlikely to work. But
Yeah, against certainly against a pair that plays one spade past 3 spades weak, and even probably against pairs that play mixed, you're often going to have a natural 3-no bid and need to make it. Otherwise, they just steal your game from you.
sure, yeah.
I think against an old-fashioned limit raise, probably now you just play a takeout and just don't worry about it. Then on those auctions, the hands where you have a 3-no to make is virtually impossible.
Yeah, so North gave it a little bit of a look. I mean, he knows his hand is actually quite good for diamonds with the ace of hearts outside, as well as some diamond support, but decides to let it go. South is going to be thrilled to see that queen doubleton of diamonds dropping.
Yeah, so and he may just try oh yeah, of course he'll try to promote a trump trick.
Yep. So jack of diamonds, declare gets to rough with the 10.
Yeah, they might try to cash ace of spades, but of course just to make sure he has an exit card, but of course he'll always have to hit hard exits.
Yeah, so the hard pitch from North, I don't know if it gave up a trick. I mean, certainly not double dummy, because South is the one with the singleton spade. East-West could have just effectively cross-ruffed all of the tricks, but on this layout, if declare pulls a second trump, then that heart discard would have been a little bit fatal.
Yeah, so he does exit. The only safe thing he has a heart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but now that North has pitched a heart, even a trump back will allow West to rough out the heart suit.
Yep. Rough a heart, cross to a spade to pull the last trump, rough another heart, and his hand is high.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fine too, drawing the trump first.
Yeah, so there we go. Down 1, 4 spades doubled, minus 100 at both tables. Will be a push board. And one of the things that we've been talking about from some of the other matches is that it's often difficult to pick up like double-digit swings. I say that as we have 2 of them this set already. But it's difficult against some of these really strong teams to pick up double-digit swings. More often than not, when we get to the later half of these matches, the biggest swings are going to be like 5 imps for a part score or something, or 7 imps for a double part score swing, and you're going to need a bunch of those to add up if you're behind by a significant margin. So this push board could have been different if North-South found their way to 5 of a minor, especially 5 diamonds, but does not pan out.
Yeah, I think the 14 imp swing on board 1 is a type that you do see sometimes, even with really strong teams where, you just have some 6-level decision to make, a choice of strain, and one breaks well and one doesn't, and you end up at the wrong one.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like 6 times was better, so that was probably, they probably deserved to win a swing, but 6 spades only needed a 3-2 break. It wasn't so bad.
Yep.
And of course, the other one, though, losing 10 imps when your teammates play at the 1 level with a cold game is not something you expect at this level.
No. Although game wasn't cold. It's a finesse and a 3-2 break. I mean, it's barely there. You probably want to be in it, but you're not picking up a ton of it, like imp equity on bidding it. Well, a driver opens a club, that hand outside of their no trump range.
Yeah, so West 2 clubs for a lot of pairs these days would be exactly a 3-card raise. Smith and Compton are, I think, basically a brand new partnership. I'm not sure whether they've played seriously before at all. And of course, known each other for many years, but I don't know whether they've really done much serious playing together. So, not sure, whether they're playing complicated raise agreements here after East Overcall.
Yeah, although
a popular method.
Both of them are veterans to this level of competition.
Yeah.
I know,
absolutely.
Yeah, Smith definitely has played on a whole variety of teams and seems to do well all the time. He makes it to regularly the semifinals or quarterfinals. Maybe he's even won a couple of Vanderbilts and Spin Golds over the years. And Chris Compton the same.
So Smith, I believe, definitely has, but I think not in quite some time. He actually once made a final, also in a pickup partnership in the 90s. He played with Steve Robinson in a tournament when Peter Boyd, Robinson's regular partner, was unavailable, and they made it all the way to the final playing with Richard Schwartz.
Mm-hmm.
So, a popular method here would be for West to bid 2 no trump with a 4 trump raise, and that means the Q bid is usually a 3 trump raise, very occasionally another kind of strong hand that's stuck.
Yeah, well, we do have a swing on this hand, and this looks to be I was going to say a good result for Switzerland. It looks like barely, if East-West go after this.
Yeah.
But they have a chance to win big here. If East backs in with 5 spades, the 5-2 diamond split is going to doom that contract. You might have had some chance if the diamonds were splitting to pull trumps, rough out the diamonds, and eventually get back to West's hand with the 3rd trump to pitch all those heart losers, but not today.
Yeah, I was thinking, it looks like 5 clubs is only 500. Is there any way, double dummy to get it a 4th under trick for 800?
Doesn't look like it. Obviously, North-South have most of the missing high clubs, so even if a 3rd round of diamonds comes through from West, North can just rough high. So, does seem like 500 if East-West find the cash out. And it's not too hard to cash out. But that could be 3 imps going the way of Switzerland. They're starting the comeback.
I mean, you're saying it's not too hard to cash out, but East does need to leave the ace of diamonds in front of the opening bidder, right? Which is not like a singleton ace lead. I guess it's somewhat attractive, but I don't know that it's automatic here. And I think if he doesn't do it, then Declare can... Declare can only pitch 2 diamonds from his hand. It's not enough. Never mind.
Yeah. I mean, even if East doesn't lead the singleton ace, which I think is pretty automatic, he's still looking for diamond rough, right? Like, what if his partner doesn't have the diamond king? Then, as long as they cash 2 spades whenever they're in with the ace of hearts, there's nothing that Declare can do.
Yeah, no, I was thinking, West will be cut off, and Declare can knock out his ace of hearts, but that just doesn't really do him any good.
Yep. But again, I mean, this is a great spot for Brink and Driver to be in. If Compton does decide to double, which is the correct decision here, then they still win 3. And if Compton doesn't decide to double, then they might win 12.
Yeah. Yeah, well, all right, so he does decide to go for defense correctly, so overcame that hurdle.
Yeah. So well judged by Compton there. And honestly, one thing that maybe is going through the back of his mind is that maybe he feels 5 spades has some chances, But if he's wrong, he's really wrong. And double is
Right.
not going to cost a lot of imps. He knows that they're having a great set.
Yeah, although if they only beat it 2 and can make 650, that's 8 imps, which is still a pretty significant number.
Yeah. Yeah.
At that point, if he's wrong, he's only playing with 4 imps, so, the cost of being wrong when 5 clubs plays pretty well isn't that high.
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, if he does, say, lead that stiff ace of diamonds, and probably now, looking at that dummy, he'll just get spades going.
Right. Now, I will bring up that it's possible he wasn't thinking about whether to double or bid 5 spades. He might have been sitting there the whole time thinking about his opening lead. And this is something that he's absolutely within his rights to do, is spend time thinking in the pass-out seat about what to lead against a contract before passing it out or doubling or so forth. And given that he put the ace of diamonds on the table very quickly, it could have been either or. I suspect he was thinking about whether to double or bid 5 spades, and he knew the ace of diamonds was his choice, but could have been the other way.
Yeah. And it could be both. It could be debating whether to bid and debating, if I double, what do I lead and how happy am I about it? And then he says, okay, if I double, I can lead the ace of diamonds. That's probably fine. Double ace of diamonds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so Smith making sure that they can cash their 2 spades. It was possible Declare was the one with the singleton diamond after the ace of diamonds opening lead. Mm-hmm. And so that's why we see Smith not cashing a second diamond when he was in with the spade ace. He just returns a spade to partner's king.
Yeah, he can see that North can't have a hand where enough diamonds go away to make a difference.
Yeah.
After North opened a club.
Yep. So Compton is probably unhappy being back on opening on lead here, but looks like Driver does just claim and take him off of put him out of his misery.
Yeah, so a small pickup to Switzerland, but still stuck 29 imps on the set. So there's no result in scoreboard on board 7 because of a BBO hiccup, but that was a push board, so it doesn't affect the results here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's another very big hand for North-South, but they don't have much of a fit. They can make either 3-0 or 5 clubs just on basically on high card power. They have... Well, actually, can they make 5? Yeah, they can make 5 clubs just by roughing a diamond in the south hand.
I don't know. Things are a little complicated.
Yeah, the spade break isn't great. The 4-1 club break isn't great, but it's singleton jack. And in 3 neutral, of course, he can just take 5 clubs, a heart, and 4 spades at the very least.
Yeah, that's definitely the safer contract.
Yeah, 5 clubs, I think they can take 6 clubs, counting a rough, 4 spades, and the ace of hearts.
I'll think about it if we get there. It does look like there are some defenses that cause Declare a lot of trouble in 5 clubs because you might get stranded from those spades. But, all right, the auction has started. A spade and no trump.
Spade lead by West, diamond exit to East, and a heart through.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2 clubs showing either a normal 2-club rebid or any of a great variety of strong hands. I think 3 hearts by South here would probably be a 5-5 intermediate hand, like 15 to 17, give or take.
Yeah, 2 clubs is all strong hands. So I'll put an asterisk by that. I think there are some strong hands that actually go through either 3 hearts or 2 spades, or maybe 3 clubs.
Or no trump.
Yeah, but yes, so 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 hearts. South has now showed a big hand. They're game forcing at this point with 5 spades and 4 hearts.
Yeah, so North's 2 diamonds, sets up a game for us anytime South does have one of his various strong rebids. So this puts him in a much better position than standard pairs would be in, where it would have to go a spade and no trump. South bids either 2-no or more likely 3 hearts to show his game forcing hand, but the auction is a full level higher and South's range is much wider, anywhere from 6-5 in a game force to a hand like this that's much more of a no trumpy type hand with a little bit of distribution. Here getting to save that space is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, I'm not actually familiar with what 2 spades and 2 no trump are. Looks like at this point North-South are probably going to be bidding somewhat naturally.
Yeah, I would guess that 2 hearts may or may not have been natural. 2 spades, I think, definitely forced 2 no trump. And it's also possible that South has never shown hearts, but I think that's unlikely.
No, 2 hearts is 2 diamonds was game forcing opposite strong hands, and 2 hearts shows natural spades and hearts.
Yeah, I just see it's alerted, so I wasn't 100% sure, but I think it kind of has to.
So they do get to 3 now. We don't need to worry about 5 clubs, which is wonderful for me because I have no idea if that contract is actually going down.
Yeah.
But in no trump, Declare is going to have no issues, as Craig says, with the jack of clubs falling. He will have 5 clubs, 4 spades, and the ace of hearts at the very least.
Yeah, of course. West has to find a lead. So probably a diamond, which is the only unshown suit. Of course, North, it is not the unbid suit because North bid 2 diamonds artificial and East did not make a lead directing double.
Yeah,
but
East is still on lead.
Oh, that's right. The 1-0 trump response. Yeah, I forgot about that. Sorry. I was thinking, so North has shown natural clubs via 3 clubs. South has shown both majors.
I like this lead, but
yeah,
this has not worked out the way that Compton has wanted.
No, it hasn't. But I think it is an extremely smart choice. The only way we're beating this hand probably is if partner has at least 5 diamonds and leading the queen instead of the ace might make it easier to keep communications between East and West.
Sure. Yeah. No. I mean it. I think it's a well-reasoned lead, but it works out spectacularly badly here. I mean, for anyone who's familiar with double dummy solvers, Declare can make 12 tricks from this position. But
there's some case for Compton to lead the ace of diamonds. The opponents have partner has some strength because the opponent stopped in 3-0 and you only have a 7 count. And one problem with the queen is it might now be hard for Smith to figure out that partner has made this lead from ace queen third. If you lead ace and then queen, at least Ron Smith will know that his diamonds are good or they aren't. Here he has to be a little unsure exactly what East is doing.
Yeah, and note the queen of clubs play on the first round of the club suit. This is a really nice play because Declare was always picking up jack 4th of clubs on side. He could go queen of clubs, nothing interesting happens, low club to the ace, cross back to the spade ace, and then take a club finesse. But here the queen of clubs actually picks up 5-0 clubs, with West holding jack 9-7 5th.
Yeah, of course. If South had fewer entries, maybe you play club to the ace, club back to pick up jack 4th on side. But here South has, there's no problem getting back to the South hand. So, so you can play that. You can play that way.
Yeah. I mean, we probably will see Declare run the clubs pitching hearts and then play a spade to the ace. King of spades, queen of spades. He'll find out West started with 10 5th. And then he has a choice. So the end position that we're talking about is what's known as a strip squeeze. West holding guards in both suits, the spades and the hearts. that 10 of spades guard and the king of hearts guard is going to have to come down to a position where he'll be able to get thrown in one of the suits to lead away from the honor in the other at the end of the hand.
Yeah, of course. Driver, depending on how good Compton's poker face is, may think that Compton has just had a normal lead from ace, queen, jack, fourth or fifth.
Yep. Yeah, but so here Smith Smith pitches the jack of diamonds, which does give a little bit away, but he had to. If he had pitched a heart or a spade, it would have blown a trick. And so now we'll see either how quickly or slowly Driver decides to continue the play here. Jack of spades.
He can't really get it wrong now. He knows it's totally safe to exit a spade, and he strongly suspects that whatever's going on, West has only hearts left anyway, so it can't ever cost a trick.
Yeah, and he gets it right. There's a spade to the 10.
Yeah.
Smith has to lead a heart away from the king, and this will be 12 tricks.
Yeah, I think Driver, he played it very quickly, and I think he had no doubt whatsoever that, at worst, that this would break even with cashing the ace of hearts.
Mm-hmm.
I take it back. All right, how far are we backing this thing up here?
Uh-oh. Did Smith end up bearing the king of hearts in the end position?
Possibly. I mean, this seems like a spot where the operator should just put in a result and move on to the next board. I don't see how they're going to remember rolling it back basically all the way to trick 1, which it looks like is approximately what's happening here.
Oh my. Wait. Okay, wait for it. 6 of hearts, 9 of hearts. There we go. So Smith saw the end play coming, which is really nice and foresighted, and bared his king of hearts immediately. This is actually really nice and clever because he's preserved that jack of diamonds.
Yeah, and now, in fact, if Compton had started with ace, queen, jack, length of diamonds, Brink would have the same end play by exiting with the spade here, except, oops, West hand is now high.
Oh no, Compton pitched a diamond. Compton was not on the same wavelength as his partner, so he does end up giving Declare the ace of hearts at the end. But really nice defense by Smith to at least earn him side 1 imp back. Otherwise, that was going to be a 2 imp loss. So 5 boards to play in the segment and 20 boards left to play in the match. Switzerland is currently down by 68.
Yeah, really rough position for them to be in. So we'll see what happens here. I think if you're Compton sitting east, Ron Smith he claims that he's not as conservative as he was when he was younger. He did have a reputation as a very conservative player. But I think if you're Chris Compton and you hear Ron Smith open 2 hearts in second seat, you just race the game. Of course, it's all 4 top tricks.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely Brink is going to pass. West will, as you say, open 2 hearts.
Yeah, so how did they get to this phantom save in the other room? Did North try a takeout double with that hand? What happened here?
Well, they were playing a multi 2 diamond opener, and so that caused a little bit of confusion. But yeah, North eventually decided to show his hand.
Yeah, so North made lead directing double of diamonds, since a lot of the time his partner would be on lead after the multi. And then North South did a whole bunch of bidding and ended up in 4 spades doubled.
Mm-hmm. Which I guess only has 3 losers on the surface, 2 clubs and a heart, but the diamond is never going away, and there's some issues. So
yeah, Yeah, certainly. Taking a save in an 8 card trump fit without a lot of high cards outside usually is not going to be that successful.
Yeah, so I mean, that means there's a real chance for Switzerland to pick up quite a few imps here if Four Hearts does get bid east-west. Maybe there's a little bit of a break the players are on since the auction hasn't started yet. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, so there's the expected 2 heart bid. North does go quietly for the moment. Yeah, Compton, instant 4 heart bid when the tray comes over. Knowing that almost the entire time his partner makes a bid like that, a left play. Mm-hmm. As in fact he does here. If North didn't have ace, king, ace, the cash out might be harder.
Yep.
Here, of course, North will cash a couple of diamonds, probably cash the ace of spades, get a signal, and there will be no chance for Smith to discard a spade on a club.
Mm-hmm. All right, there's the king of diamonds lead, promising the ace. Should see the 10 of diamonds. Oh, 6 of diamonds.
Are North-South normally Rusino leaders, or do they treat this as, I think most pairs at 5 level and higher lead king from ace king to get a count signal? Do you know if they might play the same way against preempts, or is this just what they always lead from ace king fourth?
I have no idea because I still can't find their card. But for whatever reason, South kind of gave count, but then the 10 of diamonds suit preference showed a clear spade card.
Yeah.
And declare is down 1. 8 imps going the way of Switzerland. So they're cutting back the loss in this set. Still down by 60, but that's a step in the right direction. Looks like we're caught up to the other table in terms of play.
Yeah, so in fact, I'm looking at their WBF card, and they do normally lead ace from ace king, so presumably they have the agreement that this type of auction is treated as a cash out, which I think is a smart agreement to have.
Mm-hmm. Well, West is going to pass.
Yeah, I think...
I guess Driver has options about what to open.
I think second seat red, you just open a spade, yeah. It's at this point, it's fairly likely to be your hand. 4 spades is pretty committal, and the colors are quite wrong for it, so This looks like the pretty normal action. Probably South's 2 spades here will show a weaker of 2 ranges that he, like most expert pairs, plays transfers.
Great. Someone has provided me a link to a card that has Brink and Driver's name on it. I assume that this is their card.
I mean, I'm looking at one that was from Marrakesh last year, so I would guess that's completely up to date. If you click on Driver, the WBF card is available.
Awesome.
Yeah, so normal responsive double by West. He's quite happy with how this auction is going for him now.
Yeah, they're favorable, and with spade shortness, hopefully they can find 3 of a minor or 4 of a minor.
Yeah, well, so North has now done quite well to, it's got to be a little bit tempting just to jump to 4 spades, but he's wisely chosen not to, and he is off the first 4 tricks in a spade contract.
Count again.
Count again. I'm looking at the ace king of clubs and the ace king of hearts. What am I missing?
There is a big trump that is out as well.
Oh, and the ace of spades. Good point.
Yeah. So, but you're right. The ace king of hearts are actually onside. Who would have guessed? So
yeah, but of course, had he bid 4 spades, he would be going for 500 instead of 100.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether East or West would double, but they would both be probably pretty eager to, especially West.
Yeah, having heard his partner make a takeout double and he's sitting on an ace king seems likely.
Yeah. Yeah, and ace king without great length, so they rate to be cashing.
Well, the
Yeah, so
ace of
nice result for North South.
clubs. Smith discourages at trick one.
Is that true? They're playing standard signals?
I have no idea. um, I'm just going based off of what he actually has in his hand. I mean, that three clubs is discouraging to me.
Wow, looking at Ron's bio, and he turned 75 this year. And he was past 70. I didn't realize that he was halfway to 80.
Mm-hmm. But
So,
he's still 25 at heart, as everyone knows.
Yeah, they get extraordinarily youthful 75.
Yes. All right, king of clubs, West plays the jack. And so Compton now knows that it's time to switch to hearts.
Yeah, that jack is pretty emphatic.
Ooh. Well, well, well. Okay, there's the jack of hearts switch. I mean, Compton knows he needs to switch to hearts because he's looking at that king, queen, jack of diamonds in dummy. And if he doesn't get the hearts going soon, those might be used to pitch some heart losers.
Yeah, so very nice result for Hurd and Bathurst. I believe we're into the table. And of course, doubling it would have been even nicer, but staying out of trouble on the North-South cards is a nice result.
Yeah, they had basically the same auction. Spade opening, takeout double, two spades. Weak, negative double by Klukowski in the other room, and three spades by North, which passed back around to Klukowski, and he's looking at a singleton spade. His partner made a takeout double. He tried four hearts, favorable, and ends up going down two in the 4-3 fit.
Yeah, and having chosen not to bid four spades, probably weren't, North probably wasn't thrilled to be defending, but he did have two tricks in his hand and a partner who had also taken a bid, so,
Yeah, kind of mirror distribution for the East-West hands made it difficult to do anything about their four diamond losers that they had. All right, 3 boards to go in this set, and time is running out for Switzerland. I mean, now it's 65 imps with 18 boards to play. North opens a club on this one. South will bid... Are they the pair that plays a no-trump as the game-forcing relay?
No, I guess they don't even play transfers, somewhat surprisingly. I think it was one of the New Zealand pairs who we saw playing that way. Club pass no trump showing exactly 4-4 in the majors in a game force.
Gotcha.
Could be wrong, but...
So yeah, South's one heart is natural. North supports his partner's hearts, and we'll probably just see Brink bid 4.
I think so. His hand is maybe slightly light on high cards, but very good for a heart contract. A little surprising. I think a lot of these Northern European pairs that play a 2+ club incorporate one-level transfers into their bidding over a club.
Yeah, obviously, because this North-South partnership has, there's a bunch of things that go into their one club opener. They might just not have the tools to do so. I think one diamond needs to show some sort of negatives.
Oh, because one club does include some of the strong hands?
Yeah. Well, Brink goes through 2 no, which looks like an asking to me.
Well, he wants to make sure that 4 hearts would not be a 4-3 fit.
Mm-hmm.
So North will show 4 trumps, and we'll see whether he shows 4 trumps in a maximum or 4 trumps in a minimum.
It looks pretty minimum to me, but...
Yeah, but, you do have ace, king, king, and, yeah.
Hey, I mean, maybe 2-0 is just a game try. That's
It's
possible.
possible. Although, I think unless you're 100% sure that you would never buy a three card trump holding here, you really need to be asking about partners trump lengths.
Sure. Well,
You
this
know,
isn't
the
going to do
South.
very well for North South. Great single
Yeah, the
dummy
South.
contract. Pretty bad double dummy contract when clubs are 4-0 offside.
Yeah, I mean, the South hand is just terrible for 4-3 fit, so I'm sure that Tuno was asking.
Hmm.
And some pairs will play two spades there, just the first bid after the raise as the asking bid, but Tuno is fine even over hearts because a partner bids past three hearts with his maximum. That's what you wanted to hear anyway.
Hmm.
Yeah, as you say, three club losers is going to be very disappointing for Brink and Driver here
Yeah, I
with
don't
the spade.
think that he can make it even if he reads the club position.
Yeah, I think he might have needed. Um, yeah, I think like even a Jack Nine Doubleton of spades or Jack Nine Third where you can take four spade tricks wouldn't be good enough.
Well, he can take 4 spade tricks, but
Well, sure, but he's not going to. But even if he could take them without risking losing one, it wouldn't help him. I mean, is there possibly some kind of end play against East where you play clubs late enough that when you lead one, West goes out and you stick in one of the spot cards?
I think he might be able to do it double dummy. Don't quote me on that, but
Yeah.
I I bet he can. I mean, not anymore. Like not from
Yeah.
this position, but earlier, I believe he would have been able to if he had stripped the diamonds and spades, along with picking up West Jack fourth and then led a club to the 9. But well, Brink has gotten the bad news, the really
Yeah.
bad news.
So Al Hollander is noting that two hearts apparently guarantees a four card heart fit. Probably does make some other hands a little bit awkward, but it's very nice to hear that beta from partner and always know that you have an 8 card fit.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so he's giving Smith a rough with a natural trump trick. I mean, this is still fine. Those ace queen of clubs aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. Oh well. Oh wow, because West pitched a spade. So
Well, it doesn't. I mean, Declare could have taken the spade finesse, and he would have. But
Oh yeah, I guess it's true. But like now he doesn't even have to.
yeah. Oh my God! The comeback is on. Wait, this is good.
Yeah.
Well, look, I root for the score to be close going into the last board as a commentator, but
Yeah, of course.
as someone who has seen Switzerland win everything in sight, sometimes I do want one of the underdogs to win, and I think Bathurst is a good team to root for as well. But I do think Declare is going to make it at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm wondering, Compton gave part of that rough pretty quickly, and I wonder whether he's going to be kicking himself at the break for not giving it some more thought before committing himself. If spade lead would have been safe, then he could just sit back and wait for his clubs.
Well, I mean, he knew it was a diamond safe. I wasn't paying that close attention, but
Yeah, I don't remember if Declare had roughed the diamond at that point. I guess he does have to be maybe a little bit worried about clubs going on spades, but maybe not. I don't know. Might have just been Might have just been a hasty decision that you know that was wrong single dummy.
Now, it's possible Declare still goes down. Nope, not anymore.
I Not anymore.
No, like he could have decided to play Smith for 9 third of spades originally and gone Queen of Spades, run the 10, trying to hook East for
Oh
Jack
yeah,
fourth.
yeah.
He still had the Six of Hearts as an entry to his hand to do that.
Right.
But now that he's decided to cash hearts, he's clearly playing for, maybe some potential strip squeeze against East if the spades don't come home. Wow.
Yeah,
Well,
nice result.
this was a bit of a slip for East West, not defeating four hearts. So 10 tricks, and that is going to be a big 12 imps going back the way of Switzerland. Much needed for them. They're still behind by 13 in this set, but 2 boards to play still. And looks like we have another distributional hand.
Yeah, and after all that, this set is now close to even after Switzerland has scored 21 imps to 5 over the last 5 boards.
Mm-hmm. Well, East West don't have a lot of losers.
I mean, I suspect they will get to 6 spades, but Deep Finesse would make 7 spades via running the Jack or 9 of spades on the first round of the suit to pin South State.
And taking a club finesse, because hearts don't break.
Oh, I hadn't even looked at the hearts. Yeah.
So, yes. It looks like 7 spades can be made, but as Craig predicts, I do believe 6 is a more likely contract to end up in. Normally, when you're off a key card, you don't bank on it being the onside king of trumps.
Yeah, so we'll see how East West handle this. I was wondering whether they might play a weak jump shift, but they do not. It's a method that I like when I play a light opening style because it's useful to be able to show your strong hand at a lower level.
Okay, well,
making a takeout double with his 11 count and 9 cards in the unbid suits. East redouble just as he has 3 spades. He'll plan to show his strength later.
Yeah. Now, South has bid 2 diamonds, probably hoping to get out of this auction unscathed. And I bet West will rebid 2 spades now to show extra spade length.
Yeah, I think he will. If he doesn't, there's a real risk that it ends the auction if Compton's worried. Compton would just have nowhere to go if West only had a 4-card spade suit in response.
Yeah. Oh boy. Driver has decided he really wants to stick it to the opponents this time, and Compton is feeling the pressure after this 3-diamond bid. He was probably planning to bid 3 diamonds himself to establish a game force before showing spade support, but now he might be a little bit backed into a corner.
Well, he's shown his spade support.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
He might have just bid 4 diamonds as a splinter.
Mm-hmm.
Or 3 diamonds just to show that he has a real monster hand in high cards. But, of course, he doesn't have to worry about his partner not knowing about his 3-card spade fragment. The redouble showed that.
I wonder if we'll see Compton just jump to 6 spades. Now that I'm thinking about this, this seems somewhat...
Well, he's got to do that in a key card.
Yeah, he could key card, but I mean, this seems somewhat reminiscent of the Klukowski debacle that we're calling it, the 2024 Klukowski for president debacle, where he jumped to 6 hearts, missing 2 key cards. I mean, Compton's hand looks great, right? Very likely, if the king of clubs is missing, it's onside.
Yeah, but if partner somehow happens to have 2 key cards, you're pretty close to counting a grand, and your aggressive north-south opponents don't necessarily have enough that's impossible, right? West would only need 1 more point.
Sure.
if he had no jack of hearts, he could have ace of spades, ace of diamonds, king of spades, and everything would be more or less the same in the auction.
Yeah, so Compton
As long
definitely
as
is
partner
thinking
has zero key
slam.
cards, yeah, I think if Compton is making some high level bid, it'll definitely be key card, not six spades directly.
But that feels like
Like
an
if
attractive
he,
option, right?
I mean, if he were the one who was stuck 50, maybe he would just bid six spades and hope that the spade finesse worked. But when you're plus 50, you can bid key card.
Yeah.
Uh, Shows you what I know.
Look, I I'm inside the minds of the players. I don't think six spades is so
I
bad.
really am not.
This is one of these spots where the slower you go, maybe they get off to a better lead by doubling something, and he just really
Come
wants to
on.
get to the slam.
Look at that East hand. Like, let them make a lead directing double.
Eh. Well, we're here. So North.
I mean, and in
lead.
any case, that's not really a consideration because West is going to be responding key card and North is on lead, so there's no lead director possible.
Yeah.
I mean, this is obviously going to be successful, but it could have worked out very poorly if partner did not have the ace of diamonds, and he would have to pick up that king 10 30 Trump's on side.
Well, you're saying partner doesn't have the diamond ace and doesn't have the spade king. I mean, West is much more likely to hold the spade king than the diamond ace on this auction.
I mean, that's true, but why couldn't you have Jack 6, Jack and 1, two of the three of King Queen Jack in a singleton club, exactly the same hand? He would have more high card points, and it would be a really dicey slam.
Yeah, he could. He definitely could.
And we do have a way to ask about that, so
Look, scientific bidding's great when it works, but
sure. Sure, bashing is great when it works too, as it does here.
well, I mean, a big way that this could win is the opponent's saving seven diamonds. I mean, I think it's unlikely, but they're never saving in seven diamonds when we go through key card.
That's true. And I think asking your opponents to save in seven diamonds period is is a bit much. Also, I'm not sure I agree with that, right? Because when we bash, they might not save because it sounds like we might be guessing. If we go through key card and bid it, then we know it's making, and they can just count their expected tricks and diamonds and save when it's right.
Yeah, which sounds terrible, doesn't it?
Sure, but I think on this hand, of course, it's terrible, but I think they're more likely to save just a priori after a key card auction than after a bash auction.
Okay, yeah. Well, for whatever reason, Compton does jump to the slam, and six spades comes home. 12 tricks exactly. Smith, not much to the play, which is why we didn't spend a lot of time talking about it, but Ron Smith just took a spade finesse, and then when spades were 3-1, he was able to run the heart suit, pitching his diamond losers, eventually get back to hand with the club rough to rough the fourth round of diamonds in East Hand, losing just a trump trick.
Yeah, and that feels like a fairly normal result, but if you're East-West, obviously you're still pretty happy to be on the right side of the plus position.
I'm really not sure. Kalita Klukovsky have been missing slams in this match, so
Yeah, and maybe that's a bit of it is a push. I mean, I don't know how, not playing either Polish club or precision, I don't know how that is. Like, giant balanced hand versus weak hand with a long suit. I don't know how those hands tend to do in those systems. Like, you start a level lower, which is good. If West decides to make this slight upgrade as a positive response, then East is in pretty good shape. If it starts a club pass a diamond negative, like, I think generally the system is designed for the strong club leader to show his suits and for the partner to show his response, his support for it, and that might make it a little hard.
Yeah, they didn't seem to have any trouble in the other room. Of course, their auction was uncontested as well, so they just freely bid up to 6 spades, going through keycard in the process to check and make sure they weren't off 2 keycards. But
yeah, so after a positive spade response by West, then I think it's pretty easy to get there. I think, after a club of diamond, I'd be curious to see how they would navigate it.
Yeah. Well, last board of the set here, and then there will be a short break for the players to compare. We'll probably be back pretty quickly, given what we saw in the first set, or break between quarters 1 and 2.
I would guess for security reasons that they're going to have both matches start at the same time. So if the other match is a little behind, then it might be sometimes they're playing the same boards.
Interesting.
This set relatively quick compared to what we've seen. 2 hours at this table to get through 15 boards versus close to 3 at some of these tables earlier in the event.
Okay, well,
and the other table has been on pace.
Yeah, well, if Craig is right about that, then we might have to wait for the other match. But I guess stay tuned. We're in 2 spades here. Smith has been maybe a little bit conservative with his actions, opening a spade. He has a 15 count, 6-4, a bunch of aces and a good trump suit, and just rebids 2 spades over a no trump. He fetches, some stuff in East's hand.
Yeah, the spades are kind of good news, bad news. They're all on side, but they're on side 4th, so South will have a trump trick.
2 trump tricks, you think? It looks like Declare could make 4 spades on this layout with the diamonds 3-3. He can use the King of Hearts as an entry to take a spade finesse, and use the Queen and 8 of diamonds to build a diamond entry to East's hand, picking up the 10. But in 2 spades, Smith is not going to care much about that. Yeah. He's just going to cash the ace of spades here, pulling another trump, and then make a guess for the 10 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I had mentioned that Smith has made the claim he is no longer the incredibly conservative player he was known as when he was younger, but this hand seems to make him a bit of a liar.
That's true. Yes, that is true.
I mean, it's on the border. Some players might try bidding 2 diamonds so that if partner bids 2 spades, you can raise to 3 spades, and he'll be able to evaluate a game decision. Obviously that does have the risk that you just get left in 2 diamonds, which is the opposite of what you want.
Yeah, well, that's going to wrap up coverage at this table, so we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back with the 4th quarter of play in just a little bit.
Yep, see you there.
All right, chat, let's go to the other room and finish out the set. 2 diamonds by West. Oh, maybe it makes sense. A spade and no trump, 2 diamonds, right? So Klukowski, acting like a normal human being, decided that he should probably show a stronger hand than just rebidding 2 spades. Was 3 spades an option by JY? Yes, 3 spades was definitely a consideration. I like Klukowski's decision to show the 6-4. Weinstein specifically. You know what? The text over here looked like super enlarged. I think I was still scrolled in based on zooming in on those photos of Jing Lu's worldwide. Yeah, 3 spades seems like a normal bid on West's hand. 2 diamonds also seems like a normal bid. Your idea is when you bid 2 diamonds and partner bids 2 spades, as you expect, you can then bid 3 spades to show your extras with the 6th spade. And then you've got your diamond suit in as well. What odds are we giving Zwimmerland for winning the match? I think it's pretty unlikely they're going to win. Bathurst even won this set by 15. It's 55. How is Florida where? I am southwest, and Florida is warm, and there are mosquitoes that have taken up residence in my room. Isn't it normal to correct to 2 spades with East Sand? I think so, but I don't know all of the ins and outs of the Polish club system, so I'm not sure what inference Kalita has about West's strength. If Kalita believes that there's no way they can have a game because West didn't open the Polish club, then Kalita's well within his rights to not correct to 2 spades because he doesn't want to encourage partner to bid a third time. It was 27 degrees where you are. Wait, I assume that's Fahrenheit because you're American, right? But if it's Celsius, then yeah, Fahrenheit, yeah. No mosquitoes. Yeah, 27, that's so warm. See, I knew the Europeans would come out of the woodwork and be like, hey, you, learn to use a real measurement system. Al Hollander tells us that only quarters 1 and 3 have fixed start time. 27 is like beach weather. Exactly. But I got this mosquito zapper on Amazon like a few days ago, and I don't think it had done anything for 2 days. I set it up in my bedroom because like over the past 4 months, I've just like woken up with tons of mosquito bites all over. And so there's like this 2-week rolling cycle where the mosquito bites finally die down, but every night I get more of them. So I'm saturated at this point. And I don't think the bug zapper had done anything for a while, but then like 2 days ago, I woke up and I startled a mosquito off my face, and then I just heard like this giant like electric shock. And I'm like, I got one. Mosquitoes 1015, BradyBot 1. I'm on the board. I'm basically like Switzerland. I'm preparing for my comeback. How's it going in the other match? Nickel 88, Goodman 74. Did someone tell them that that match is more interesting if they score imps? I really wish that there was a more effective method of finding players' convention cards than like clicking on their names, having it take you to an outdated link, and then just being like, I have no idea what's going on. Because I feel like the biggest issue with the commentary that I do is like, I don't know what's going on convention-wise for the players, and there's no way to figure out what's actually happening. Ooh, look at this. Boom. Goodman is kind of making the comeback. They're down by 2. This looks funny. Weingarten's Link said he's 19 and he just turned 30. Exactly, right? Like, everything's so out of date. Nickel are playing like a first seed, as Matt O'Farrell has said. See if Al will give me the convention cards. He has them all. Yeah, I could ask him. I don't get paid enough for that shit, though. Like, you want me to do a good job? Give me a real... See, this is where Michael coming in the other day and being like, hey, someone offered BradyBot a full-time position as, like, bridge caster. I would do good work. But, man, I am fucking lazy until people decide they want to actually pay me anything. Right before Star Third said, I said something about Edgton suspecting someone of cheating. What's the backstory? Well, it might be nothing, but here's the thing, right? He made a post, this is 7 hours ago, on Bridge Winners. You can go read the post yourself. I mean, it says nothing about cheating, but he talks about, like, poor ethics or bending the rules and that people get away with it, and then he suggests a method for, like, trying to combat this. So he doesn't accuse any player. But reading between the lines, he's been here in the ACBL playing a tournament, the national tournament. Probably something happened that he didn't like, and maybe he talked with other players who said, oh yeah, I've played against that pair, they're a little shady. So he's doing the best he can without outright accusing someone. So while on my channel, I'm allowed to speculate about people accusing others of cheating all I want, this is just my opinion of what I think he's saying, reading between the lines, is that there might be something more to this than him just like trying to, out of the blue, create this thing that, you know, collects information on people who might be doing something a little underhanded. I think that something happened in the NABC. Kalita's famous for his table manners. I've never played against Kalita because when I played against Klukowski, I mean, that might not be true. I may have played against Kalita before, but Klukowski I played a lot against back in the day because he was playing with this other really old Polish guy, Gawrysz. I think that's how you pronounce the name. Gawrys or something. Whatever. That was the guy. And the old Polish guy just seemed like grumpy and angry all the time. And Klukowski kind of felt like every time I played against him, he definitely, I mean, he never said anything, but it was like very clear that he thought I was cheating against him because I guessed every card all the time, no matter what the hand was, and I caused him to misguess every card all the time. So like my record against Klukowski is impeccable. I guess he was like a kid at the time I played him, like 20 or something, which maybe he had already won a Bermuda at that point. But like, I don't think that I have a good reputation among the Polish bridge community. Wasn't Kalita the one who was getting mad in Bermuda Bowl final about Broglen Bake's mix-up? Wasn't Kalita the one who was getting mad in Bermuda? Oh, I do remember something like this, and I don't... Yes, it was Kalita. Oh my god, I remember. Klukowski made an odd double, and Kalita wanted Klukowski to be able to take it back. Yeah, I don't remember the exact hand, but I do remember that, yes, I specifically remember on stream making fun of Kalita for, like, being really rude at the table because of this. Looks like Edgston's last match was against Switzerland. Anyone know if he played a table against Molden, who your understanding is well known for sketchy behavior? That is true. That is pretty well known. Now, this is a full day and a half after his match against Switzerland. So I wouldn't necessarily attribute this post to the Switzerland match specifically. It might have been someone he played against in whatever event he was in yesterday, because he was not in the Vanderbilt yesterday. Are we back into quarter four? We are. Which table should we watch? Let's go Klukowski, Kalita, Hurd, and Bathurst. Oh boy, we are in. Goodbye Twitch chat. I will be back at the very end. Let me just make sure that Craig's not in the other room. He is not. All right, here we go. Welcome back, everyone. Apologies for being a little bit late, but the fourth quarter of play is underway in the semifinal matchup. Bathurst off to a huge lead against Switzerland. Will they be able to take down the Giants? They're up by 55. 15 boards to play. Switzerland is going to need to make something happen. And it looks like on this first board, even though they'll be able to, excuse me, find a little bit of a pickup, 4 hearts going down 2 in this room, whereas 3 hearts only went down 1 in the other room. That's not going to be enough to make back this large deficit that they're in. I was not here for the auction. I apologize for that. but it is possible that Hurd and Bathurst actually overbid a little bit, thinking their counterparts in the other room might do the same. So after Declare roughs this diamond loser, he will end up losing 2 clubs, but all 3 of those trumps will be high. So 2 down, 2 umps going back the way of Switzerland. They're going to need to do a little bit better than that, in fact averaging just shy of 4 umps aboard for the last segment. I believe Craig will be in here joining me shortly on commentary. But Switzerland needs to start making moves, and they're hoping for some distributional hands. This might not be what they're looking for. Let me go ahead and try and pull up some convention cards so that I know what I'm looking at as we walk through these auctions. I think Bathurst and Hurd might be able to open a no trump on the north hand, and that's the first thought that I've had, but we'll see what he ends up doing. It is a 13 count, but it's actually quite a nice 13 count despite the lack of spot cards. Aces and kings are traditionally undervalued in the 4-3-2-1 system, and the 5-card spade suit is quite nice. Hurd decides to just open a spade, though. Kalita, not quite good enough to overcall 2 hearts. 10 highs and a 5-card heart suit, but...
yeah, so kibitzing the other match, which is finishing up the boards we watched, and obviously I was totally wrong about the schedule here.
Yeah, Al seemed to think that there's only a fixed starting time in quarters 1 and 3. All the teams have their own rooms, so there's not much of a chance of any sort of overlapping chatter, I don't think.
Yeah, and I guess in the days when you could have live kibitzers, there could be a security issue, but of course here all the kibitzers are watching along with us. So,
yeah. Well, 1 spade by Hurd. South bids 2 clubs, game force.
And while we were, or at least while I was on break, I took a look, and the pair that we just watched, Compton and Smith, actually, neither one of them has won one of the major knockouts. I think they both won Grand Nationals, and they both won many national titles, including Risingers. But while they had both been in national knockout finals, neither of them had managed to win either Spin Gold or Vanderbilt. So if they pull it out, they will have the first, yet another chance to cross that one off their bucket list.
Mm-hmm. Hurd and Bathurst continuing their good work. Let's just bid game on every hand. That way we can't lose that much. And it's probably going to work out again here.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Redouble.
One thing that don't you think that it's like fairly likely they're going to lose 3 trump tricks, but I guess then they can just pitch a heart on a high diamond, take a heart finesse, and that'll be that.
Yeah. Now this heart lead is going to present some problems for Declare.
Yeah, because now even though he can take this finesse, he's going to lose a rough when he gets in with his high trump. Yeah, I don't know. I think Declare can make it, but I think there's quite a good chance that he will not.
Well, he'll definitely make it if he sticks in the Queen of Hearts at trick 1. And I think he definitely won't if he doesn't. So maybe it is pretty binary.
So let's just plan out the play here. So Queen of Hearts, presumably you take your club rough immediately, right?
No. We
Do you start
will
trumps?
no, we'll cross in a minor suit and lead a spade. And so East can fly king of spades and give his partner heart ruff, but
Well, no, hang on though. We've played the Queen of Hearts trick one. You fly King of Spades, lead the King of Hearts, and rough out declares ace,
I know. um, I
and then
guess
still have a trump to get in with to cash a heart. I'm getting less optimistic about four spades by the second here.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that it just goes down.
Oh, okay. Well, you had said that you were pretty sure it made, so
Oh, I was, but the ten of spades is kind of a big card. So,
yeah, as is the 10-9-8 of hearts with West having the jack.
ooh, look, I have a new favorite child. Whoever Vugraph D2 is, they've given us some table commentary.
Oh, so
Although,
are the names wrong here?
oh no, we might have the names wrong, which is really not helpful since I just pulled up the convention cards for both North South and East West. Um, but Vugraph Operator says that Lou and Wei play about once a year, and Brink and Driver are saying that they play pretty well for only playing together once a year. Lou,
Yeah,
of course,
for a partnership.
a professional player in China. He's been playing professionally for the past 12 years and doing nothing
I see.
else, such as masquerading nighttime as a professor at a university I went to.
I see. I had the wrong Lou.
Yes. And Hongji Wei apparently is a very young player that has just graduated from the youth circuit in China and now has made his way all the way to the semifinals of the Vanderbilt. And if things continue going this way, he'll make it to the finals of the Vanderbilt.
Yeah, that would be quite a result for for a young pair that is a semi-regular rather than a full-time partnership.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, actually, would be quite a big result for that team. Period, with Smith and Compton also not being a super established partnership either.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Declare just tries to hold his spade losers to two by finessing the nine of spades, and that's going to work out really poorly.
Yeah, so spade to the 9, East wins the 10, King of Hearts comes back, roughed out. Declare Ken pitches heart on the third round of diamonds as East roughs in with a natural, but East still has the top two trumps, and this is going to be one down.
And sizable swing to
Well,
Switzerland since their teammates played in 3 no trump rather than the 5-3 spade fit.
yeah. This might be two down. I guess Declare knows he can't make unless the spades break at this point. So I'm wondering if he's just going to exit a trump here. He's thinking. Oh, well.
Exit a trump and hope it's king with East, ace with West, so that West has to win the trump and cannot cash a heart.
Yeah, no, never mind. He'll cash 3 diamonds pitching hard and then get the bad news / good news, which is that he was never making.
Yeah, with the other table, 430 will be 1 imp difference going down that extra trick. 480 would be 10 and 530 will be 11.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's only down 1. No, never mind. It's only down 1 for 10 and plus. Next pitches his heart as East roughs in, but that's the last heart out of his hand. So little help to Switzerland. 43 imps now with 13 to go. And we do have the corrected names now. So the teams were lined up the correct way, but the names were incorrect for the previous 2 boards.
Perfect. Yeah, great. Now, what am I to do with the Polish club system that I've just been staring at?
Yeah, to be fair, the East-West methods are, there is some overlap there. the way they play one club as multi-way, including some strong hands. So Brink kind of making a state of the match bid here, making this third seat favorable vulnerability psych of one heart.
Well, look, you come into a match, you're down 20, and you say, let's just play good solid bridge and hope for some swings. You come in and you're down 50. You got to do something.
Yeah. Yeah, 55 with 15 to go against a strong team. Probably you're going to need a little more than just grinding it out.
Yeah, and
it's not a good spot to try to make something happen. Of course, North-South both know that West could be psyching.
Yeah, so driver probably going to find a heart raise of some kind. I mean, 3 hearts looks the most natural to me.
Yeah, he may. It's possible that he plays 3 diamonds as a mixed raise here. Many pairs do.
Mm-hmm. Which will make things interesting because over 3 diamond. Okay, he bids 3 clubs. I wonder if Brink is going to continue the facade and bid hearts, or if he's just going to pass this, exposing the psych.
Well, I think first thing is South going to make a card showing double or just pass.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, South might try 3-0 with 10 highs.
I think that's a lot of bidding opposite a partner who made a takeout double. Remember, from South's point of view, doesn't it look like partners has a normal singleton heart takeout double?
Yeah.
West opened a heart, he showed a limit raise. South probably thinks that West could have a 4-card suit giving partner a singleton, but it also could just be 5 and partner has a void.
Mm-hmm.
So he does make this card showing double. Now we'll see. North will probably pass this and then, have to make a decision when South doubles 3 hearts.
Yeah, well, I was wondering if North might bid 3-0 because North hasn't completed the description of his hand, right? His original plan was to double and then bid no trump. He has 19 over there. And so I don't think he's going to bid 3-0. He probably expects that he'll have another opportunity and let's let partner do something over 3 hearts when it comes back. But if he does bid 3-0, what is South going to think?
Well, I think he won't bid 3-0 because both North and South... So East-West hasn't revealed their psych yet.
No.
West just passed, Which shows pass, right? So both North and South think their partner has at most 1 heart.
Yeah.
So if you're North and you think your partner has a small singleton heart, Queen 10-3 is a little scary for a 3-0 bid.
What else are you supposed to do, though?
Yeah, I mean, South might have doubled 3 hearts, and that would possibly expose the psych.
Well, we're about to find out. What is South going to do? Because for South to pass 3-0, he probably needs to believe that this is a psych. Nope, never mind. He's quick on it. He's seen this one before.
Yeah. Yeah, so how was 3 hearts doubled going to do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11? Were they really going to be down 7?
I couldn't tell what you were counting, whether that was high cards or if there are like pigeons on the windowsill behind you.
Yeah, right. I think they might have only taken a club and a heart. And look, maybe South should be doubling 3 hearts. North can do whatever he does over that, but just to continue the description of his hand, they started with the card showing double. He was a passed hand, so his partner's not going to play him for any more high card strength than he has.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, of course, much easier for us to say when you're sitting at the table, even if you suspect West is psyched, you still, to some extent, have to at least cater to it being totally normal.
Right.
But this is going to be perfectly comfortable for North-South, I believe. They're not going to be tested in any way in 3-0 trump here.
Yeah, the other table made 11 tricks in 3-0, also played from the North.
Yeah, seems kind of reasonable. You start two spades and three hearts via finesse is five, ace king of diamonds is seven, three clubs is 10 just on power. And if he leads a spade, as he might, there's your 11th, or, you might be able to make something happen in diamonds. Maybe you can,
well, driver does leave
just
the expected heart.
Yeah.
And
yeah, what can he do? This partner could have had like a lead directing kind of psych too.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't think driver even knew that it was a psych before the opening lead.
Well, I think he knew that it was an extremely light third seat opening, but it could have been a light lead directing third seat opening.
Sure. Yeah, so I was going to ask before Declare kind of quickly went off to take a second heart hook and then take the club finesse. Do you think it is more likely, less likely, or it just doesn't matter for West to be completely broke in terms of values for the psych?
Yeah, so there's, I don't know, I think probably right, because the nightmare scenario for the psych is the one where they catch you, like if they had double three hearts here, and you have just enough stuff that they can't make a slam.
Mm-hmm.
So, like the ideal psych to me is like a complete Yarborough with two or three in the suit you're psyching. So if you happen to pick off north-south suit, you also know that it's breaking well for them. Like psyching in a singleton, sure, you pick off their length, but it's also possibly breaking badly, and it might, it might work out badly for a weird reason.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this ViewGraph operator is doing actually a great job telling everyone what's going on at the table, filling in a little bit of the monotony with some commentary about what the players are saying. So driver said to the table, if I don't lead a heart, you might not know what's going on in the suit, thinking that his partner still has hearts over there, and everyone else laughs.
Yeah, the Queen of Spades in East is not a huge surprise, right? When West opens a psych in a small doubleton, that's a pretty strong indication that he has very little outside.
Yeah, that was going to be my question, because Declare kind of, and as we've said, North is a younger player, so he, despite being a junior, he might not be all that familiar with psychic bids in some of these matches. And
yeah, West could have had the Queen of Spades instead of the Queen of Diamonds as his one value, and it's not like Declare had anywhere else to look for an extra trick.
Sure. But he ends up with 10 tricks, so one imp.
Yeah, so Brink got to have a little fun, and it did not cost his side, as it might have if North-South had figured out to go after them in three hearts.
Yeah. All right, South gets to open a diamond. I'm playing precision.
Yeah, so North will probably just end up trying to steer the hand into four spades.
Yeah, he'll start with a spade. I mean, never too late to miss a slam if partner has the ace, king, queen of diamonds, and the ace of hearts.
Yeah, I think South will bid a no trump despite the small singleton spade. Yep, as he does. And now North, he'll make some game forcing bid probably to learn a little information. But if he has to make a choice of games decision, I suspect it'll be four spades and not three no trump.
Right.
Of course, we can see that three no is not great, but four spades is horrible.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's the four spade bid.
And quite reasonably, partner normally has a doubleton spade. You have a singleton club. Four spades looks like your normal target.
Yeah, we'll see if driver wants to lead his doubleton heart or possibly a club. With king 9 fourth of trumps, he's pretty happy to go after a ruff, knowing that he's going to be able to get in trumps at least once.
Yeah, and he also, he knows he has at least one trump trick, possibly two, knowing that all the spades are on his right. If partner had any kind of a middle spade card, the 9 would be a trick. He's got the ace of diamonds, so he's sort of banking 2.5 tricks there in his mind. Queen 10, 9, 4 of clubs is often a trick. So heart, besides possibly getting a rough going, is the most passive thing when you're just going to sit there and wait for tricks to come to you.
Yeah.
And as it turns out, that is the winning strategy with Declarer off 2 diamonds, a club, and at least 1 spade trick.
Right. There was never really going to be any hope, no matter what driver led here, other than the King of Spades. That would have been a pretty bad penalty card to have on the table.
Yeah, so Declarer probably is just going to play a spade to the queen. I think there's no reason not to use this entry for that purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Hope it wins, cash the ace of spades, and maybe now you can play 3 hearts and get the club out of your hand. If they have to follow to, if you get a little lucky.
Well, I mean, King Doubleton of Spades could just be on side, and that would let the contract make.
Yeah, that would be a very friendly live horse. But King third on side, I guess that wouldn't really help. Maybe that is a dumb plan. Although, of course, we can see that any plan that involves losing a spade trick is going to mean the contract is down.
Well, I think they need to catch their club.
Yeah, otherwise Declarer can draw trumps, pitch a club on a heart, and take a finesse to the 9 of diamonds eventually.
Yeah, I mean, and they need to cash both diamonds then, because if they don't, then the King of Clubs is going to provide an extra discard. Declarer can still pull trumps and then run the hearts, pitch 2 diamonds. So
yeah, if he would need to guess the club for that to happen.
Yeah, but
although I think he would if he's shifted to a club that's not the ace.
Yeah. So this isn't over, although for Switzerland it might be if driver doesn't find a club switch or a diamond.
Yeah, and the 4 of spades is probably suit preference for clubs, but it's just a minor signal. And for all East knows, the 4 of spades is just a singleton.
Mm-hmm.
North has at least 6 spades, which means he often has 7.
Yeah.
Of course, Brink didn't really have a chance to signal at trig 1 either.
Yeah, now, important question, because we brought this up in the previous set. Driver has won the King of Spades and is now spending a long time thinking. Maybe there is a way to prevent him from having to think so hard, as in he might have not been on lead in trick 2.
Right. Yeah, as you were saying, I guess Danny Sprung's point yesterday that if you win a trick and know you won't know what to do, you don't have to win the trick. And here, of course, he doesn't have to win the trick because it's the King of Trumps. It's not going anywhere.
Mm-hmm. This is an important defense to get right, though, as Switzerland did go down in the other room in the same contract.
Yeah, so at trick 1, he led the 6 of hearts. Declarer put in the jack, and West played the 5 from 9-7-5 deuce, which feels like a card that could be tough to read. Like, I think East knows it's just one of West's middle cards, and possibly he's worried that thinks that, that means that Brink just doesn't have any good advice to give him. And it turns out that's sort of right because Brink is very happy with the lead of either minor.
Yeah, now...
Which he's probably not happy with the diamond lead, but we can see it's fine because we have the ace.
Yeah, the other table, I like the way that East ended up defending. Who is East? Let's give credit where credit's due. Bathurst. Bathurst at the other table. So it was the same kind of defense. Heart lead, Declarer did a little bit something different in the heart suit, but eventually took a spade finesse. And East did win the first spade, but then he switched to the ace of diamonds and a diamond, where his partner could have had King Jack third of diamonds. And this really cleared up the defense for West, because when it went ace of diamonds, low diamond, or ace of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, now Brink knew that he needed to cash the ace of clubs.
Yeah, I wonder if that auction is correct in the other room, pass four spades, or if it did go similarly to this room and the operator just missed the auction and put in the final contract.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's true. I mean, Kalita Klukovsky in the other room, like, did a couple of surprising things, I think, in the auction. Again, maybe both tables are just trying to swing wildly because they came in down so much. But South passed an 11 count. I mean, a pretty good 11, 4-by-1 in first seat, favorable. And then Kalita ended up opening four spades in third seat on the 6-3-3-1.
I mean, probably. I do think there's some chance that there was a longer auction and the operator just had to catch up by putting in the final contract.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like a very surprising pass to me.
I could
it's
see
possible,
it.
But
yeah.
And it's certainly possible. That's not a great pattern for opening and rebidding a no trump with the minimum.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think everyone knows that you can try to swing by opening wild preempts, bidding hyper aggressively, but you could also swing by going conservative. Staying out of 3-0 with 24 highs, hoping your counterparts bid it, and when they don't make it, if they're vulnerable and go down extras, you can win 8 imps in a weird way that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's many ways to swing, and some of them are by being, by being extremely aggressive, and some of them are being extremely conservative and hoping that aggressive behavior at the other table is punished.
Yeah, well, Driver is still thinking.
Yeah, Driver's still torturing himself there.
He's looking around for that undo button to leave Declare on lead at trick 2.
Yeah, and of course, if he ducked the trick, he might possibly, I don't know if Declare had ace doubleton of clubs. Now Declare could play ace of clubs, club finesse, and maybe pitch a diamond away. So, it's not totally safe to make that duck against some of Declare's other possible hands.
Right. Yeah. That might have been a concern. One of the counter. Okay, he does go with the ace of diamonds, so this is going to work out quite nicely for his side.
Yeah, and I think one consideration here is playing a standard pair. North's hand would be somewhat limited, because he would have to worry about his partner having a huge hand for his one diamond opening and missing a slam. But playing precision, North can be really heavy anytime a non-one strong club opening wouldn't give them slam value. So, so that stronger hand where North had an extra ace, I think is probably in the picture.
Mm-hmm. Declare definitely should have dumped the jack of diamonds on this trick. I would be surprised if he didn't, to at least give Brink a chance to go wrong, because a diamond return here, hoping that Driver was out and that Brink could give him a rough, would be one way to...
Isn't concealing the jack more likely to mean that East has a rough?
Maybe. I tend to believe when opponents don't make common false cards that it's because they're not worried about me getting that extra information and they think that it's just detrimental to me to have it.
Yeah, and this is one, Brink is in a bit of an awkward position because if East had a doubleton diamond, he might have shifted to it faster to get a signal and try to get a rough. So, it's possible that he feels like he's somewhat obligated to play a diamond, since the tempo, I think, strongly suggests that East does not have a doubleton diamond. But I guess he can always catch the ace of clubs first anyway.
Well, as long as it's cashing, right?
Right.
Because if East did have a doubleton diamond, then North really was 4-0 in the minors.
3-0, yeah. Yeah, so I think that's one where Brink has a little bit of an awkward problem because of the tempo.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, when your partner is slow in a wide variety of positions, that helps you with some of these issues because he can't you know, if you would always think regardless, then thinking doesn't tell you anything.
Yeah.
But just playing out of tempo can give a partnership some awkward meta problems like that.
Hmm.
I think East West are known to be above reproach, so I don't think North South are concerned about it here. But it's just it's something that you need to be a little bit cognizant of at the table.
Sure. Small technical error. Declare didn't win the Diamond Queen to ruff a club in preparation for a trump coup. I'm very mad about this. I'm actually not, but but he probably could have been a little careful against some really bad trump splits. He does end up going down one though. Pulls trump.
So kind of a nice result for East West in the other room, managing to stop in two spades.
And make it in the Moisian? Yeah.
And East here has downgraded his 17 count or 18 count rather to a strong no trump with all these jacks and weak 5 card suited queen jack doubleton. But if it starts a heart of spade to no trump, as it would at a lot of standard tables, that wouldn't be that wouldn't be great for East West.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Oh man. Bathurst needs to send me his system notes. This is so cool in the other room. So they opened a heart. He was planning to rebid 2-0. When partner bid a spade, he was able to go through a sequence of relays starting with 2 diamonds to show effectively a 2-0 rebid with 3-card spade support. And
that is really cool.
Yeah, so they get to the 4-3 spade fit when Hurd didn't want to play 2-0 trump.
Yeah, so here this East West managed to get out in 3 clubs, which is going to be also probably fine. I mean, 3-0 trump, I guess, has some chances with the clubs 3-3 of 4 clubs and 2 diamonds. Yeah, maybe just make if you guess the heart. 4 clubs, 2 diamonds, a heart, and 2 spades. 3 spades even, possibly.
Yeah, everything's just breaking well for Declare. Trumps are splitting, spades are splitting. So it looks like this is coming home.
Maybe East West stuck 42 would want to be there. I think you would not want to be there in a close match.
Yeah.
I mean, you kind of have to overtake the second club, which means if they're not 3-3, the hand is just going to be a complete disaster.
Yep.
Yeah, so a nice lead by North, getting diamonds going where he needs to set up a trick. And of course, Declare can just guess the heart to pitch one of them away.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you play it? Like you have a spade to lose. You have a heart to lose. You have a club to lose, and you have a possible second spade loser if they don't split. You have a possible diamond loser if you can't get it away. Yeah, so I think he's going to play spade to the king, heart, hoping to guess it to set up a pitch for his diamond, and then go from there. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a reasonable play. I was going to once again bring up that aces are really good cards. The defense can't really knock out both the ace-king of diamonds and the ace-king of spades before you have the opportunity to pull trumps and try a heart at some point.
Yeah, so he goes up with the king of hearts here, probably figuring that some of the time North had the ace of hearts. North would never lead a heart holding the ace, but he might have led a heart holding the queen.
Yep. Yep.
It turns out, of course, this actually would have been a good underlead auction, but North actually just decided to make a passive lead, and here benefited his side by concealing the position from the clear.
Right. Now, just like those ace-king of diamonds, ace-king of spades are useful cards for Declare, the ace of trumps is going to be useful for the defenders. I mean, something Brink might want to do is duck a spade, or go ace of spades spade, planning on roughing the 4th round in East's hand, but the defense can kind of counter that by pulling trumps themselves. So I'm not actually sure what he's doing. I have to admit, it looks like he's probably still going to make this.
I think his goal was to try to, having misguessed the hearts, rough out a third, queen third.
Yeah.
He is like, if he can just somehow manage not to lose a diamond, he's in much better shape. And also, if clubs are 4-2, then every time he gets a rough in with one of his small clubs, that's really good for him also.
Mm-hmm. All right, spade to the ace.
So we'll see now whether he plays a spade or a heart. Yeah. Yeah, maybe hoping that the defense can't figure out to lead a trump if it might look dangerous. So South cashes his diamond first, and now I think he'll put a trump on the table. He might try a heart, though, trying to promote a trump trick for North.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, I mean, never mind, that wouldn't work. Yeah, I think probably he just has to play a trump here.
Yeah, if not, like if he does play a heart, declare can ruff with the 4 of clubs, and then ruff a spade with the queen of clubs, and eventually just lose one club trick.
I think he might need to play a diamond here, right? If he plays a trump and the defense continues trump, declare just draws trumps and claims.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So declare has gotten himself into a pretty good spot here. So suppose South plays a diamond, trying to generate an extra trump trick. Is that good enough?
No.
Probably not, right? Mm-hmm. West can just...
Yeah, not with the clubs 3-3. Now, this might still be the best play if North happen to have, say, ace 10 third of clubs, then that might be good enough to generate a second trick.
So he leads a diamond. Does West pitch a rough? Let's start with that.
Well, West is just going to discard and ruff and then play the queen of clubs and...
Right, and now when North wins, dummy's out of trumps, he can... Oh, so yeah, he plays a heart, but poor South has to follow to it, and the player can just rough low and draw trumps. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, everything splits.
Yeah, if South could just get that 8 of clubs on the table, it would be good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this will push the board 110 for 9 tricks and 3 clubs here against 110 for 8 tricks and 2 spades in the 4-3 of the other table.
Yeah, not what Zimmerman wants. I mean, they certainly don't want to be in part scores, and they don't want to be in part scores that are just completely cold. I do think a diamond will beat the contract if North started with ace 10 third of clubs. So,
yeah.
Lou, I'm guessing, has seen that possibility and is just looking for alternatives. Probably king 10 third as well. Maybe.
Yeah, with the queen jack of clubs, Doubleton there, and declare possibly having to rough this diamond with them. North wouldn't need that strong a trump holding to have a second trick available.
Right. So I like the plan of 13th diamond. Although, counter to that, Declare is kind of playing as if he's unafraid of this defense.
Yeah, although I think everyone can see that he couldn't really sensibly play trumps earlier, so he might just not have had any choice in the play.
Oh, he totally could have played trumps earlier.
I mean, as they lie on this hand, yes, he could have.
Yeah.
But, single dummy, this does look like a hand where Declare might have wanted to do everything else before playing trumps, if he needed to drop a spade or just keep trumps as entries for hearts if the queen did drop.
Yeah. Lou, taking his time, plays back a heart, and now when Declare roughs with the 4 clubs, he can just claim high cross rough.
Yeah.
So 110. And as said, this will be a push board, so we got 10 boards to play.
Yeah, so I'll just rough this, play the queen of clubs, or more likely he is telling them that he'll rough this and play the queen of clubs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, other table got to 3 no trump and made it. It feels like maybe another board on the floor for Switzerland, so the saying goes.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty flat board at all 4 tables with queen third of clubs on side.
Okay, hold on, hear me out, because 6 clubs
Okay.
makes. I mean, technically 6 no also makes, but let's be realistic here.
Yeah, I just don't think anyone is. I mean, maybe West tries 4 no trump here. Oh, there's 10 to 12 seats. I was thinking if it was a 12 to 14 seat, maybe West would try 4 no trump, but obviously 10 to 12, I think he just has to give up and play 3 no.
I appreciate the VGraph operator writing question mark because they aren't sure what East no trump range is. I'm not sure what East no trump range is. I'm not even convinced East West know what their no trump range is. But yes, we do think favorable 10 to 12 is what's happening.
Yeah, and a method that has become less popular at the top level over the years, but still has some adherents.
All right, so 2 clubs Stamen, 2 no trump looks like it is a relay to 3 clubs, and 3 no probably now shows a slam try with clubs.
And East, despite having a maximum, possibly was a mild slam try and has no, no real interest in a club contract, just given that he's flat and only has 3 of them.
Yeah, which is unfortunately not going the direction Switzerland has hoped.
He may win a couple of IMs here since he only made 4 at the other table.
Yeah, and with South on lead, we might see a spade lead or a diamond lead, but that'll give Declare time to play on spades.
Yeah, and 10 does seem like a fairly small number of tricks, right? You start 5 clubs because you're just going to take the finesse there. 3 diamonds is 8. 2 spades is 10, and you've got enough time to knock out a heart, so I'm not sure how 430 was the result.
Do we want to safety play the clubs? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, like club to the ace, run the 8 of clubs.
Yeah, let's see if that was... That is exactly what happened.
Yeah. Alright, driver wins the opening lead in hand, club to the ace.
Yep, takes the same approach.
Club back around to South, who I think is pretty likely to just continue diamonds. I mean, maybe South switches to ace and a heart.
And I think with North having the Jack 10 9 of hearts and East having the 8 and North having both Queen 10 of spades, you can squeeze North in the majors, I think, right?
Oh yeah, no, I mean there's a lot of stuff that you can do on this hand. And maybe driver, if he was playing in either a match where they came in down 5, or if he was playing board a match, he might spend more time thinking about it. It does look like he probably will end up making 11 tricks, though, from this position, because now it's just going to be a simple squeeze.
Yeah. I mean, I think he should, as long as he plays his winners or remembers to ask the question when he claims.
Mm-hmm. But South could have made the defense a little bit more challenging. If instead of cashing the heart ace, he had exited a low heart, it would still allow Declare to squeeze north, although the position would be a lot less clear with the ace of hearts not cashed.
Yeah, to be fair, looking at King Queen Doubleton, that's a pretty hard play to find. Particularly given also looking at the rest of that dummy, where some of the time Declare just has all the rest of the tricks if you don't get that ace.
Yeah. Well, Declare is doing his bit, carefully running all of the minor suits with the lead in the correct hand. And Wei is going to have to abandon one of those majors, either now or on the last club.
Yeah, you can pitch a heart now, a heart on the Jack of Clubs, and on the Nine of Clubs, his hand is going to have to concede a trick.
Yeah, and the squeeze is automatic on this hand. Only one of the players can possibly get squeezed. If we flip the north and south cards, it's not going to work in this spot. But
yeah, and in fact, it doesn't even need the 10 of spades in north, because with dummy having the jack, if north pitches a spade, he just pitches a heart and bangs down the ace king of spades.
Yeah, so north decides that Declare must have the ace king of spades and abandons the 10 of hearts. One up goes the way of Switzerland. They're doing quite well in the board match in this segment, but still have a long way to go. They're still behind by 41 imps, with now only 9 boards to play.
Yeah, so maybe a possible pickup here, since North-South have a ton of high cards, but that 4-1 diamond split is going to make it difficult for them to bid and make a game. You know, with the diamonds not splitting, they only have 8 top tricks, and in either no trump or in diamonds, the defense can take 1 diamond and either 2 diamonds against 2 hearts against 5 diamonds, or 4 hearts against 3 no trump. With Declare having no game going trick in 3 no trump before the defense cashes out. Yeah, in fact, we can see 3 no down 1 was the result of the other table. Quite unlucky, right? 3 no just needs 3 2 diamonds and 4 3 hearts.
Yeah, or the heart suit to be blocked in some way.
Yeah, your hearts are a little too small for that to be often the case, but once in a while, someone has like ace king doubleton of hearts or something, and they can't do anything about it.
Well, this is definitely an auction.
Wow.
So South has 20. I mean, so they're playing a precision club. A club showed, a strong hand. 1 diamond was an artificial negative, denying as many as 8 high card points. 2 diamonds was natural and positive. Now, South does have stronger bids available, so the 2 diamond bid is limited to probably about as good as this hand. But
yeah,
North, I mean, with a fitting diamond honor and 6 high card points, decides to go a little bit conservative, and he's right here. His side actually can't make a game due to the bad split in the diamond suit. Well, he's kind of right.
Yeah, I think South is going to be pretty unhappy about this contract, and then a couple of tricks from now, he's going to be much happier.
Yeah. Over dinner, as they celebrate with a glass of wine, he'll tell his partner that maybe when they go in ahead 40, he should at least be leaning towards bidding games rather than passing part scores.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's non-vulnerable, but also just generally, I mentioned this either earlier today or yesterday, hands at the edges of your ranges can be hard. Like, something has to be a maximum for this 2 diamond bid, something has to be a maximum for 1 diamond, and when both players are on that side of it, then sometimes you just end up in the wrong spot.
Mm-hmm.
If either North or South was in the middle of their range for their bids, this would be exactly where you want to be.
Yeah. So 5 imps going the way of Bathurst, and the lead has been extended.
Yeah, rapidly losing hope for the Swiss supporters here. 46 imps with 8 boards to go. Not impossible, but If you were a betting man, you would no longer be taking action on the Bathurst team.
All right, ViewGraph operator lets us know there will be a short break.
Yeah, I believe at least one of Brink and Driver is a smoker, and possibly they just want a water break or a chance to use the restroom anyway.
Yeah, and so again, maybe an accidental double entendre that this will be a short break, not a short break, or or a short break for Driver. One of those is definitely true. So, oh my, what do Switzerland need to do to get back in this match? And if you say bid and make more games that go down in the other room, I'll believe you. I think that's exactly what needs to happen.
Yeah, I know. More realistically, at this point, I think their best chance is to hope they can collect a couple of penalties on deals where the other table it comes up differently, and the teammates don't go for numbers. Like if it's just a match where like you have to bid 3-0 Trump and play well to make it, everyone plays their cards really well. Those could be swing boards, but I don't think you're going to get 40 imps and 8 boards that way. But you might get 40 imps and 8 boards if you start with, a random 500 catching them on a light overcall and and some of maybe a phantom save or something. Who knows?
It was a short break. Well, East-West bid and made 4 hearts on their cards in the other room. I'm scanning for any sort of slam potential. It looks like it's not there.
No, this looks like another fairly flat one. Obviously, you have to bid it with your 14 opposite 8, but it's all aces and kings. West obviously has a really good hand, 6-4 with a strong club suit and ace king for the heart, so I don't think it's too taxing to get there.
Yeah.
West may just, and I think West will probably bid 3 hearts rather than 4 clubs, showing a 4-6. I think the hand isn't quite strong enough for that, but he still have an easy race. Or he just bids 4 hearts, figuring that's a little bit state of the match and mostly just a pretty reasonable target. If East had 5 hearts, 4 hearts would almost certainly be a great spot.
Mm-hmm. Well, Lou on opening lead, like
whatever his club holding is, there's a chance to set up the clubs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Lou goes with his diamond honor sequence on opening lead. Pretty reasonable choice among all of his options. And so I wonder if Driver is going to try for something that is maybe a little anti-percentage. Because that could be a way to swing the board. Sometimes we can talk about, if we get to a game contract and we have a 2-way guess for a queen, we get a count on the hand, and then we finesse the player who's shorter in the suit for the queen. That's a way to swing a hand. I'm wondering if he might take a club finesse. No?
Yeah. Yeah, and it turns out, of course, we can see both minors with 3-3, and he can set up either one. But yeah, trying to set up the one that they might not go after in the other room is a nice way to try to generate a swing. I think one thing that you want to look for is, like, when you're swinging, you don't want to just like throw a pile of imps in the air by making some really random bid and hoping that the imps land on your side. But if you can take, a slightly anti-percentage chance that has a non-overlapping result with the slightly better technical play in the other room, you're conceding very little equity, but possibly generating a lot of imps.
Right. Yeah. You want things that are like offsetting. For example, you have King Jack third of spades opposite Ace 10 9 fifth, and normally people would cash the King of spades and then run the Jack. You go the other way. You play Ace of spades, spade to the Jack, hooking the opposite partner for the queen in that suit.
Or even a first round finesse, trying to pick up queen fourth.
Yeah, or a first round finesse, something to that effect. And that's one way to really try and go about generating big game swings on hands that otherwise everyone's going to be in the same contract.
Yeah, and everyone knows it's an inferior play, but only by a little bit. But your result and the other table's result are guaranteed to be different.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of the key.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so one imp for making an overtrick there, but once again, not what the Swiss were hoping for on on a board where there was a possible game swing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, 7 boards to go, and what are we at? 45 is the margin.
I was going to say this could be another one where maybe for West you make a little deviation by opening a diamond to let partner respond on a major instead of a weak no trump that might end the auction. Like if partner has an 8 count with at least one 4-card major, he'll pass one no trump, and 2 of a major might be a better spot.
Mm-hmm. So a no trump is 10 to 12 here. West is absolutely maximum. East bids 2 clubs Stamen. I was wondering, because in the match the other day, we saw Grew and Moss in similar spots just bid 1 no 3 no on their cards, trying to generate swings, and it worked out for them. Moyles kind of came storming back, but just not quite enough.
Yeah, and L. Hollander is saying this is actually 12 to 14. They may play 10 to 12 only when they're favorable and not non-vulnerable.
Sounds good. I believe it.
Yeah, so 2-0, I would guess shows 4-4 in the majors, but who knows? So 3 hearts, probably asking partner to bid 3 spades, yep. So East, if 2-0 did show 4-4 in the majors, 4-4 minimum, so East just gets to decide which trump suit to play and obviously prefers his ace-king jack fourth over his jack 9-8 fourth.
Yep. So we're in 4 spades, and
this looks, even without the queen 9 fourth of spades offside, this does not look like a great spot, right? You have a guaranteed loser in each minor, and you have some work to do in each major. Like, it's probably good enough at imps, but it's not a great spot.
I mean, you basically need if spades are 3-2, you need one of 2 good things to happen. In the major suits, you either need the queen of hearts to fall, or you need the queen of spades on side.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's worth being there, but probably only barely on an imp expectancy basis. And of course, in real life, every pair in the world would get there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's 12 opposite, 14, right? So...
Yeah, and like a pretty good 12 opposite a very good 14. Yeah, he's king jack fourth of trumps. Can't really ask for much more than that to put down a dummy.
Now, how do we feel about 3 no on the East-West cards, with North leading a club honor? It might have been an opportunity. I mean, there are eventually 9 tricks available. 3 spades, 3 hearts, 2 clubs, and a diamond.
Yeah, it's interesting. So if you're North against 3 no trump, do you lead the club card that asks partner to drop the jack, or do you lead a diamond? And if you lead a diamond, which one?
Definitely the club card.
Clubs are stronger, but diamonds are longer.
Yeah. I don't expect partner to have much in the way of values with 12 highs when the opponent's bid game.
No, but if he has 1 minor suit jack, if you find it, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do think, as you suggest, that a club is probably better because it also works out poorly less often. Anytime the jack of clubs is with the no trump opener, that's fine too.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, this jack of clubs doesn't really help declare, but I guess there's no reason not to, make the play he's going to have to make eventually anyway.
North doing his best to set up both jacks in the minors.
Yeah, neither one is a quote unquote real trick, since Declarer has a 4/4 heart fit along with his 4/4 spade fit. One pitch from each hand will not do him any good whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that's true. Sadly, for Switzerland fans, like Declarer definitely could win the diamond ace here, pitch a diamond on the jack of clubs, cash a spade or maybe even two, and then throw North in to give a rough sluff or lead away from the heart queen. But the rough sluff does not do enough for Declarer.
Yeah, I think we can see nothing works here, but I wonder if Declarer will try to make some anti-percentage play in the heart suit to try to generate a swing versus the play chosen at the other table.
Yeah, he could try and double hook the hearts, run the jack, and then run the 9, which would be a little bit anti-percentage as opposed to playing for Queen Doubleton.
Yeah, both possibilities. Obviously, remote enough that that it might be worth making the even more anti-percentage play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both on side is just obviously straight 25%. Doubleton Queen missing 5 is, you can probably tell us better than I can.
Like 28.
Yeah, so a very small percentage difference, but a very big imp difference.
Yeah. But obviously there's a lot of overlap in these two things, so that's where it's not as if most of the time when you double hook the hearts and it comes home, it works out. I
think isn't the only overlap Queen 10 Doubleton on side?
Yeah, I guess it is. Queen 10 Doubleton on side.
Yes, we'll see. I mean, it's always interesting watching how players with a lot of experience in these matches on both sides, right, both plus and minus, handle, either needing a lot of imps with a small number of boards or needing to make sure your opponents don't get a large number of imps with a small number of boards.
Mm-hmm.
And 45 with 7 to go, needing 6 imps aboard. They really need some both luck and and momentum at this point.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, unfortunately, it's not going to happen on this board. So
yeah, all of Declarer's possible lines are down. There's not even a double dummy miracle available to him.
If Brink could see all the cards, maybe he could cross to hand somehow and lead a low heart towards the jack.
Yeah, I don't even think that would work, right?
You think Wei always flies queen and cashes the diamond queen and...
Right, well, yeah, so he does try to do this double hook in hearts. I like it. Mm-hmm. But also, North might just try to play Queen of Diamonds diamond, hoping the partner has at least 10-9 of spades or something.
Yeah. Yeah, so as you say, Declarer tried to find some sort of small anti-percentage line, which is this double hook in hearts.
Yeah, so North probably will cash the Queen of Diamonds now. He knows that's going to stand up, and then he may have a bit of a think. Of course, we can see that their side is in great shape at this point.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Lou honestly might just, because he's on the same side of the screen as Declarer, might just flash his spade holding. I don't think he will, but some players will do that.
I don't think he will until his partner leads the Queen of Diamonds.
Oh, right. But I mean, once the Queen of Diamonds hits the table and then North starts thinking, he might, sometimes if you're the defender with all of the remaining assets and declares your screen mate, you can just have a side huddle and come to a conclusion about how many tricks are being made.
I think if he had queen third of spades, he definitely would do that. With queen nine fourth, he might hope to get in an extra trick in some, in some layouts.
Yeah, it's possible.
I do agree that if it was one and exactly one trump trick and no possibility for anything else, that he probably would take a little mercy.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like we're going to be ending up a little bit ahead of yesterday's set. Play has been relatively quick from all of the pairs in this match. Well, relatively speaking, compared to yesterday's marathon. So there's the diamond
I think
queen.
the other match has been a little bit slower. As we saw, the third quarter ended about 15 minutes after this match wrapped up.
Mm-hmm.
And it was tight. I don't know what the running score is, but it was a 14-hit match, I believe, at the 3/4 mark. Something like 88-74, I believe.
So Nickel was ahead by 2 coming into this final set.
Ooh. There must have been a swing on the last board because I think I turned it off on board 14.
Declare has gone anti-percentage a couple times this hand. Tried to drop the queen doubleton of spades. Offside.
Yeah, I mean, that's also reasonable. Obviously a much lower percentage chance, but once again, it won't be the play chosen in the other room. So when it works, it picks up 10 imps for your sides, almost guaranteed.
Yeah, and it kind of is like combining chances for something anti-percentage to happen, because he found out that once he has a heart loser, the other room is just going to take the natural play in spades, the
right
spade finesse.
The finesse, yep.
And so if it works, then the other room is just going to lose a heart, a club, and a diamond. Declare made things a little bit interesting in this end position. Some potential for him to go down 2, but South unfortunately has a second heart.
Yeah, so Declare can rough in dummy, pitching an ace of hearts if South exits with a club and then cross the ace of hearts and draw the last trump.
Yep, down 1, push forward. So we got 6 boards to play. Switzerland still down by 45.
Yeah, so Brink certainly gave it, every meta consideration there.
Yeah, I really like the oh boy. We have a result from the other table.
Yeah, so that, I think East-West would have been a little disappointed since they have a very good chance to make 4 spades, and of course there's a horrible trump break. The king of clubs is off. 4 spades probably makes anyway.
Al, okay, interruption. Al, so everyone go to the other room. Ignore us. We'll still be here. We're gonna stay with this match. I mean, maybe there could be some turnaround, but Nickel and Goodman are tied with 9 boards to play. Go check them out. Definitely. I assume there's commentary over there as well. But you should definitely watch that match.
In at least one room, Mark Shen and Adam Kind were commenting, and I would imagine there's also commentary in the other room of that match.
Yeah.
So
North does not duplicate Kalida's decision in the other room, which allowed them to reach the ultimate contract in just 1 bid. Kalida opened 3 diamonds on the North hand.
Yeah, I hadn't looked, but I suspected that was the case.
So South gets to open a heart in 3rd seat. West makes a takeout double with his 4-card spade suit, 13 count. North tries 4 hearts.
Yeah, so East will either double or just bid 4 spades directly. He does bid 4 spades. So this, I think even with the bad trump break and the club offside, I think you can make this because you can finesse the 9 of spades, but don't quote me. There is a fair amount of work to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of work to do, especially with communication a little difficult between the East-West hands. The 5-1 diamond split causes some problems there.
Funny, the operator, I think, just assumed South would double and hit the double bid and then noticed that he actually didn't.
All right, well, there's the 10 of diamonds lead. So there is a heart to lose, a trump to lose, a club to lose, and a diamond ruff to lose. Am I missing something?
No, not that I can see. Yeah, if South had led the Queen of Hearts, that would cut communication between North and South, which would make it harder to get the diamond ruff, but there might just still be too much to do.
Yeah. Now, as you said, there might just be too much to do, but is it possible that if South gets in with a spade eventually and shifts to the Queen of Hearts and Declare plays low, North needs to overtake with the ace to give partner diamond ruff? Could that be a thing that happens?
Brink is just sitting there reading his stories.
Yeah, he has a book at the table, and he must be the most relaxed bridge player ever in the semifinals, the Vanderbilt.
Yeah, I also generally bring a book when I play because I really don't want to, have to sit there and think about partners, try to analyze the hand as partners declaring. Like, I just want to save my energy, not give it any thought.
Yeah, I am well aware. You just over there sitting as dummy, you got your bookmark out and you're fumbling through and calling for cards. You look up, like, what suit was played? Oh, okay, I guess I'll play a trump.
That only happened to me a couple of times in Louisville. Yeah, there were definitely a couple times the play was going fast, and dummy may not have been entirely accurate. Yeah, so driver, of course, sitting there knows this could be a very important hand, and also knows a decent bit about the North-South holdings from their auction. So, he probably knows this isn't going to be a great spot, right? South opened even in third seat. The club finesse is probably not a favorite to make, which means he really has to hold his major suit losers to 2.
Well, I mean, South opened at the 1 level. You might expect South to have all of the king, queen of spades, king of clubs, and ace of hearts, in which case a 3-2 spade break, and you're kind of golden. You lose a club trick to the offside king. You don't get tapped often enough. That king of hearts protects against the tap, and you can just take spade finesses against South.
If South has both spades, yeah.
Yeah.
Against that, when South doesn't lead a heart, he's a little more likely to have the ace, which means that North's 1 value could be a spade card.
Yeah, it could be. It could be. In which case, maybe South has the 9 of spades. But yeah, Declare will have to make a decision about how he plays the trump suit.
I mean, I don't even know how you would start this hand. Like, maybe diamond and dummy, club finesse, not super happy about it, but you're going to have to do it if that holds, lead a heart toward the king.
I mean, I would be very tempted to win the queen of diamonds and lead a low spade. I think this 10 of diamonds is very likely to be shortness, so South is likely to have spade length, and therefore, I'm pretty likely to pick up the honor doubleton of spades in North's hand if I start the suit this way.
I guess that's true, right? If North hots up with a king, you'll know it's king doubleton, and if he plays low, he would play low with a queen, basically with any length, but you might be able to diagnose whether it's queen doubleton or queen third. Of course, if it's queen third, now you are only going to lose 1 trump trick if you started from the east hand, and you're guaranteeing losing 2.
Yeah, but I mean, my main concern would be I lead a club, it loses, South plays back a club, and now they get a club ruff. So, like, imagine if South was 3-5-1-4 in shape, as opposed to the 4-5-1-3 that he has. Then clubs are 4-2, and South gets in with a trump trick, gives his partner club ruff, and
I mean, this 10 of diamonds is going to be hard to read, right? Because he's missing the 9. South didn't double, so he's not going to be necessarily thinking that. I mean, of course, South has no aces, which is a reason not to double, and it would reveal his trump holding. But I think, Driver doesn't have any real reason to be super worried about a singleton diamond lead here.
Yeah.
I do not like that play of the Jack by North for that reason, that it exposes what's going on in the diamond suit, I think.
That's a really good point. I mean, it fills his partner in. He's letting his partner know that Declare doesn't have this card. But as you say, it does give a lot of information away to Declare, and maybe North doesn't appreciate how much information has been given. So this was the alternative plan, is to win the king of diamonds and lead a spade to the 10, I think, which is what Driver is going with. He's probably pretty excited about the way things have gone so far. Now spades are 3-2. He just doesn't.
Yeah, great. Ace of spades, follow low, king. Except, oops, that's not going to be what happens. I think probably he's not going to play the ace of spades quite yet. If he does, that's going to go really badly for him. South can draw trumps.
Mm-hmm. He is pausing. I think a club finesse now would be prudent.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, if he cashes the ace of spades, gets the bad news and plays 2 diamonds, South should probably be pitching on those to preserve his option to draw trumps.
Yeah, well, I mean, South knows that his partner's sitting on the ace of hearts over there. Oh, boy. Okay, this is going to get bloody.
Yeah, so if he takes the club finesse now, he's going to be down at least 4, right? Defense is going for 5, I guess, right? They'll take 5 hearts and 2 spades and a club.
Yeah, North is going to have to be careful to keep all 4 of his hearts. But if he does that, then... All
right, so he is cashing his diamonds. We'll see whether South is on the ball here in pitches, which I think is better for his side.
Mm-hmm. I mean, South realizes that if he pitches 1 club on the next diamond, he's going to have to pitch a heart, which he won't be thrilled with. Oh, wait, Jack of diamonds coming back into play, because remember, North has showed South the 9 of diamonds, so he can pitch a heart, because when the queen of diamonds holds, that means his partner's 9 of diamonds is set up. Okay. I think South can work this out and actually be happy pitching both of those 6s.
Yeah, well, I think the queen of hearts is probably a little better, just to, confirm the position for North, just in case it matters. Probably it doesn't, but when you have a chance to give partner that much information about the hand, you should probably take it.
Yeah.
So I'll play another diamond. South now will pitch a club, and he's taking the club finesse first. Wow.
Well, again, now that South has pitched a heart, it was a trick.
Well, sure, but I think he's, North. Whoa.
See, this is what I was worried about, that North would just pitch hearts.
Yes, of course, they'll still take the next 3 heart tricks, but unless Driver makes the desperation play of the king of hearts here, that heart pitch by North did cost a trick. Yep, he does read the position correctly, at least for the moment. Yeah, so he's figured out what happened here.
Mm-hmm. And with the club splitting, Declare will... I guess he doesn't need the club split, but just the ace of hearts now for the defense. So down 3.
Yeah.
Could have been down 4.
Yes. Yeah, but still 11 quite random imps to the Bathurst team, minus 200, minus 300.
Yeah. Yeah. At least they didn't go down 4 in both rooms. This is where Driver can say that he played the hand one trick better than Kalita.
Yeah, somehow I think there will not be much consolation to either Driver or Kalita or the sponsor Zimmerman.
No, probably not. But we got 5 boards to play. It's looking like maybe a little bit hopeless at this point.
Yeah, theoretically, Switzerland can still score 120 imps and win the match by approximately 60. But in real life, I think, barring very big results in the next couple of boards, this match is over.
Yeah. Other table,
with 5 boards to play.
North-South got to 2 no trump in the other room, and they made 3.
Did South? No, I was going to say did South open a strong no trump, but if he did, they would have gotten to 3 no trump.
Yeah, that seems like quite a result.
But everyone he says normal opening bid. Yeah, that auction actually seems kind of reasonable. South has a marginal, but good enough overcall. You're sitting there as North. What do you do, right? Partner can have a much better hand.
Mm-hmm.
Bidding 2 spades on 10-9-8 fifth isn't that appealing. If partner actually had some spades, he might have made a takeout double. He's short in hearts because you're looking for 4 of them.
Right.
So I do like 2 no trump as a call by North. Knowing that once in a while you miss a spade fit, but if you bid 2 spades, it's going to be really difficult to have a sensible auction at that point.
Yeah, so Wei does bid 2 no. And we'll see if Liu decides to leave it. It is a vulnerable game. Obviously this 2 club overcall is very airy in the club suit, as well as all of the other honors in the hand. It's a 12 count, but only on paper.
I think, one other disadvantage of 2 spades is it's forcing, and, the partner is probably stuck for any bid other than 3 clubs since you're looking at hearts good enough that he probably can't bid 2 no himself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 2 clubs past 2 spades past 3 clubs, you're in the same position you were a round ago, only worse. And East maybe is thinking about making a takeout double. Is that what this pause is? Yep.
Yeah. So East has 15, but again, this might be a little bit of state of the match where he's thinking, look, if the opponent's just bid to 2 no or 3 clubs or 3 no, we're not going to make back any imps at this point.
Yeah, and of course, West just has to hope that East has an extra ace over there, which he could, right? East hand basically is still unlimited other than not having opened with his strongest bid.
So damage control now by North. That has to be 3 clubs, right? That was a misclick.
Well, or West actually bid 3 diamonds. I think that's possible too.
Oh, okay. Well, West bid 3 diamonds. Yeah, that actually seems much more likely. I was thinking that West passing the double of 2 no seemed a bit odd.
Yeah, again, maybe that's a state of the match thing where you just hope partner can, can beat it. All right. I would be almost sure that West is declaring 3 diamonds, not North.
Yeah, I'm certain it is West as well. So we'll get some undos when the opening lead hits the table. And I guess North is probably going to lead a trump, yeah?
I don't know. I feel like you would probably lead a black suit. Maybe the 10 of spades, through East length.
Well, doesn't this feel like a hand where if we might have been in a closer match, North could double 3 diamonds because his side has a bunch. He offered to play 2 no trump. So shouldn't we try and pull trumps and play this hand as 3 no?
Yeah, maybe. And you might just lead the king of clubs to take a look around.
Yeah, he could do that as well. You probably expect East to come down with a singleton. But North does go with the 10 of spades.
Yeah, so I think he's going to play a club, and then South will probably continue with the attack on spades. Yeah, I think it's impossible for South to duck that ace, even though obviously we can see here that that now North's king is going to rough out.
Mm-hmm. So spade around to the king. Declare needs to get back to hand to start roughing those club losers. Likely to rough a spade back over. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe
so
he plays a heart now.
maybe. I mean, he can see, he knows for sure that uh, that South is, that North has more spades, so we can rough a spade safely. But yeah, as you say, if he, and playing a heart, North can just win and play a spade anyway. South can pitch a heart, so he won't ever score that heart trick.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he just play a spade now and then either rough a club or lead a heart from the west end.
Yeah.
I mean, this doesn't look like it's going to end that well for Declare, whatever he does. Yeah, he might end up taking 0 heart tricks, which is not a great number.
Well, all right. Let's be serious because Declare, I think, has realistic chances to do okay from here, since the Queen of Clubs is going to set up. Spade rough, club rough, spade rough, low club, and if North roughs in with the 6 of diamonds, that forces the king. But then we lead a diamond through South's ace.
Yeah, and how about you lead a diamond through South's ace now and lead a heart up, knowing almost certainly that the red suit aces are where they actually are. North having bid 2-0 Trump and South having opened the bidding.
Yeah, I like this play, King of Hearts. I mean, the plan is to rough a spade, rough a club, rough a spade, rough a club, but it's fine to at least lead the King of Hearts first. So South pitches their heart on the 3rd spade. We rough. Club rough. The king falls. That'll be a 4th trick. Spade rough with the 7 of diamonds. That's a 5th trick.
Oh, I think we're gonna try to catch the Queen of Hearts rather, because we don't want South to be able to pitch his 3rd heart if he had one on the 7 of spades.
I don't think so. I think North has 4 hearts to the ace jack.
You think that Declare will be able to figure out that the heart position is exactly what it is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm less sure than you are, but you're much better at these positions than I am.
I mean, the 2 no bid.
Yeah,
maybe North has ace jack 3rd, but
yeah, exactly. The bidding would have been the same. I mean, I guess when he has at least ace jack 3rd, that means ace jack 4th is a very possible holding.
Mm-hmm. And would South be so quick to pitch a heart for here from, 2 small remaining? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
There we go. See? He has worked it out. Okay. The VuGraph operator tells us that Brink has worked out the heart count. So I think we'll play a spade here, roughed, and then the 6 of clubs.
There might be a spot where South would conceal the count, but yeah, he did ask the right question.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you're right. He's looking at it, because if the Queen of Hearts cashes, he does need to take it now. And that might be his only route to making the contract from here. If the Queen of Hearts can take a trick, that would be trick 5. Spade rough is 6. Club rough is 7. 1 high diamond, and then hopefully we score either a long diamond or the Queen of Clubs in the end position.
Yeah, I mean, he would need some diamond position kind of like this, like you lead a club. If North pitches, you rough with a 4. If he roughs middle, you can over rough and hope to eventually set up a position against South. If South started with a Doubleton diamond and North started with 3.
Yeah, but
maybe actually that wouldn't work, because then South could win the ace diamond, just play a club, promoting North's trump after all. There might just be no hope for this one at this point. Of course, once again, we can see that as long as he doesn't go down more than one, he'll win two imps, but not nearly enough to get the match back into reach.
Too little, too late.
Yeah, and full credit to the Bathurst team that's played extremely well all day.
Absolutely. They got off to a big lead and held on for the first half, and then they had an extremely good third quarter as well. I mean, they've been doing great all tournament. Their closest match was yesterday's match against Kane, I think it was, where they only won by a single-digit margin, albeit they were still ahead the entire match.
Yeah, and in fact, that was the lowest scoring match of the day. Neither team got as many as 100 imps. It was 96 to 89.
Mm-hmm. All right, diamond to the queen.
So,
Club roughed with the king of diamonds.
yeah, of course, this one Declare knows approximately the club distribution, or I guess he knows it exactly because the king of clubs fall from north.
Is he making this? Hold on a second. Does South need to rough this and give his partner a club rough? He does, right?
Does he? So if he pitches here, West can rough, and then
Exit
what does
a
West
diamond.
do? Well, that won't work because South can. Oh, I see. Wow. Yeah, that will work, huh?
Yeah,
And South
this
can hit the second diamond, but when he plays a club, West will have the queen of clubs and queen of hearts.
yeah. So this is kind of an incredible line of play by Brink, who has put South in a really awkward
Yeah.
spot.
Yeah, it's always incredibly impressive when these players can play better single dummy than we can looking at a double dummy.
So
Alright, so Lou has overcome the first hurdle.
yeah, and just not much for Brink to be able to do at this point. He tries pitching the club queen, but now as long as Lou plays a club through, which he does, North will over rough with the 10 of diamonds, give his partner heart rough, and this will be down one.
Yep, so nice play by both sides here.
Yeah, 2 imps going the way of Switzerland. And with 4 boards left, a 54 imp lead. It's not over till it's over, but we're fast approaching. East-West bid made 4 spades in the other room.
Yeah, so non-vulnerable board where 4 spades is the normal result, once again, is really not what the Swiss are looking for.
Yeah, they are off 2 aces, so Slam unlikely to have much chance of succeeding.
Yeah, and there's not even 5-level safety, right, with the diamond loser if they split 3-1.
Yeah, now, of course, if North-South find passive leads against a spade slam or a diamond slam, then it could come home.
Sure.
But
Yeah, so in general, when your opponents fail to take their aces against your slams, you do much better.
yes. Look, I'm trying to find a way for Zimmerman to get back in the match. They're going to need some big results, and I don't think Brink opening 3 diamonds is a way to make it happen.
No, I think given that he has diamond support, driver can bid 3 spades, figuring that if partner cannot raise spades, that he's got a landing spot in diamonds.
Yeah, it seems a reasonable try. I mean, okay.
Or you could just bid 4 card key card.
Look, again, 5 spades and 7 diamonds is 12 tricks. That's what he's hoping for.
Yeah, so West will bid for spades, I believe, right? Showing, so it would be 0, 1, 1 with 2. So he would bid for no trump would be his response, which means East West are going to be in some trouble here. Well, I guess they can play 5. That's good enough.
You don't think opposite 2 key cards, drivers going to sign off in 5 diamonds?
Yeah, but 5 diamonds is not safe, right?
No, but it will make.
Yeah. Yeah, so I guess they were not playing the responses that many of the American pairs play. Where 4 diamonds will show 0. Next up, 1 key card, then 1 with the queen, then 2 with the queen. Since for preempt, that's the most you could ever possibly have. 4 spades is the 3rd step. Obviously, they're using some different scheme here.
Maybe they just say you can never have 0.
That seems unlikely.
Yeah, it does seem pretty unlikely.
Yeah, I personally would not want to not be able to open 3 diamonds like Queen Jack 10 9 7th.
Oh, interesting.
So 4 clubs was a 4.5 diamond bid, and 4 spades was a Q bid.
Nice.
So this auction has nothing to do with what I was positing.
I like the 4 spade. East, if he believes his partner, doesn't have a great hand opposite a 4 spade Q.
Yeah, everything his partner's queuing a singleton. Yeah, I think for most Americans, 4 clubs here would be asking about diamond key cards. Become a very popular method. 4 diamonds over clubs and 4 clubs over anything else.
Yeah, now this is a spot where I don't think Declarer is going to go anti-percentage in the trump suit. He could double hook the diamonds, which would be a little bit of an anti-percentage play, but he's already in an unusual contract. He'll probably just cash the ace-king.
Yeah, that's the main point. They've already done their swinging by getting to 5 diamonds.
And he can't be happy about it. His partner table is a perfect hand for 4 spades. And that's likely to be the contract in the other room. So,
yeah, in fact, if diamonds come in, even if there's a spade loser, 4 spades is safe, so he's not going to be thrilled.
Yeah, 1 imp going the way of Bathurst. We got 3 boards to play in this match.
So, still possible for, at least according to the imp scale for Switzerland to pull this one out, but I believe in real life they're already celebrating in the bar. Well, in real life they're definitely celebrating in the bar since the match is over. So North will probably bid 2 hearts here. Vulnerable, maybe 3 is possible, but red against white, I think that would be a little insane. Even 1 heart seems possible, giving some deference to your 6-3-2-2 shape and, good but not great trump suit.
Yeah, agreed. That
2 hearts is the choice. That's what he does.
Mm-hmm. So pass by East, a little bit too light to try a negative double over there.
Yeah, Seth probably is going to raise this 1 level, just hoping to buy the contract, I think. Nope. West, of course, will double, and East will bid 2 spades, and then West left to decide how optimistic he's feeling.
I think he's feeling, let's bid 4 spades and hope that this works.
Yeah, I think so, too. Which, by the way, he might even do on board 1 of a match. The heart void is good. Partner could just have a 5th spade.
Yeah. It seems unlikely, though. I mean, if partner couldn't make a negative double, are you sure?
I mean, queen 5th of spades and out is, partner doesn't have to have the ace of hearts, which is useless anyway. Yeah, so now South makes it delayed 3 heart bid, and I feel like maybe he thought there was some chance George would end the auction since he has 2 aces and 11 count. West might just not be able to find a bid, but this is always kind of dangerous to let the opponents exchange information before you compete.
I have the feeling that South, like he's obviously the much more experienced player in the partnership. He understands that they've won this match unless something goes horribly wrong, and he really didn't want to have it go 2 hearts pass, 3 hearts double, all pass.
Right.
So I'm pretty sure he's just like looking at the vulnerability, like checking his scorecard and saying, we can't lose as long as we don't go for 1100 against air.
I guess that's true, but you have 10 9 third of hearts to solidify your partner suit. You have 2 aces. How big a number could you be going for at the 3 level?
Uh,
Right? Are you almost always going to take 5 hearts and 2 aces, even if partner has, the lower end of his range?
yeah, but I mean, that's still a big deal, right? Like, if partner's
Well,
bidding
right.
2 hearts on hands like this, then I kind of like his decision.
No, I agree, but he came back in later after the opponents had exchanged some information, which maybe makes it easier for them to get a penalty if there is one.
Yeah, yeah.
If he had done it immediately, West was just going to make a takeout double, and that would be that. Now maybe someone has a chance to make a penalty double. I don't know.
Other table did also reach 4 spades east-west and made 5. So
That seems like a pretty good result. I mean, obviously, you can guess the spade and only lose one trump trick. The ace of diamonds is on side. You can do some roughing in either hand, but nonetheless, 11 tricks feels like a pretty good number.
that it does. But 10 is probably always there.
Yeah, well, I think first question is, do you rough this, since they're effectively giving you an entry to take a heart rough if that's your plan, or do you pitch it and then probably lead a diamond toward the king?
Oh, I'm certain we want to use that ace of hearts to lead a diamond up.
So you would pitch a diamond here, win the ace of hearts, and lead a diamond? I guess it's true. If you rough this, you're in dummy a trick too, and that's really not great for you.
Yeah, well,
Like often,
I don't know about pitching a diamond. We might want to pitch a club because that 5th diamond is most likely always going to be good.
Never mind. Yeah. No, it's true. Like sometimes in hands of this type, you want to take a rough and preserve your ace, but here, yeah, they gave you an entry that you didn't have on your own. You should use it.
Yeah, I like this decision to pitch a club. It looks really strange to, put that ace, king, queen of clubs now in dummy, blocking anything. I mean, like we can get thrown into dummy at any point, but as mentioned, the 5th round of diamonds is very likely to set up, so you wouldn't want to pitch a winner, right? You would rather pitch something that you don't know what might win a trick, like that 4th club.
Yeah, so if it goes diamond, diamond back, if South overtakes and plays a 3rd diamond, does anything interesting happen here? Well, never mind, he's gone up with the ace.
Yeah, gone up with the ace. I mean, he might try and tap dummy. He might just throw dummy in with a club. He might even continue diamonds.
Yeah, of course, he'd have to be concerned about declare having a singleton diamond, and then the ace might be going away.
Although, like, from South's perspective, we're looking at that dummy. There's not much hope in beating this. Like, ace of diamonds, low diamond might give some chances if East actually held an original diamond holding of, say, jack 3rd, which he might also play the hand this way. Then we could legitimately give declare a guess. If declare flies king, now our partner roughs, and we still have the queen of diamonds to cash.
Well, we might just be able to give partner 2 roughs too. Diamond rough, ace of spades, diamond rough.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah, so the other table is finished play. They're well ahead of us here. So we will have comparisons on all these boards.
So have you come up with what Switzerland needs to do to make back 55 imps?
I think given that the Bathurst team has made 4 spades in the other room, it is now impossible.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
That would be now 55, even if they make 2 over tricks, which is the maximum possible result, which they will not off the ace of spades, that would be more than 48 imps with the maximum on a board being 24.
Yeah, so congrats to Bathurst, who does take down the Giants in Switzerland. Maybe Bathurst is the team that everyone should have been looking to beat coming into this event. They've had very strong showings in all of their matches so far.
Yeah, and they were the only top-level all-amateur team, I believe, so that is really worth a lot when, all 3 of their pairs are world-class experts as opposed to some of these teams that have a playing sponsor. Even, a lot of the sponsors are very strong, but being a full-time playing player, full-time professional player in your best partnership, is really worth a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, of course, this team only has 1 really regular partnership in Hurd and Bathurst. 1 semi-regular in Way and Lou, and 1, I think, probably not even as much as semi-regular in Compton and Smith.
Yeah,
I could be wrong there. But
I can't recall any time I've ever seen them play together, but
yeah, they've both had a lot of ad hoc partnerships over the years, so wouldn't surprise me at all if they played together at some point. But yeah, certainly not a well-established partnership. And in fact, they didn't even have the platinum to warm up. Compton played with David Berkowitz, and I think Ron was playing with Konaru. Not 100% sure there.
Well, I'm going to have to take up Ron on an offer to play next time he asks me, because he always seems to ask me after every Nationals, hey, what are you doing next Nationals? And I've been out of the game for a while, but if he's going to be putting together teams like this, I got to get in that.
Yeah, should have said yes before he's about to be in more demand.
Exactly. Maybe next time.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting matchup where I think on paper most people would prefer to be putting in Levin Weinstein and Greco and Hampson over any 2 of the Bathurst pairs, good as they are. But when you add in that there is a playing sponsor, I think it makes the match calculation a little closer. Of course, Goodman also was within 2 imps. I don't even remember who was leading, so Nickel may not actually be on the other side of the bracket at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Well, one way or another, North-South are going to get their 3 defensive tricks here. Lou actually did quite well where he has set his partner up for a club rough, but it's going to be with a natural trump trick. So 7 of diamonds will stick around as trick 13. And
I think that will not give driver any comfort whatsoever.
No, unfortunately. So 2 boards to play. We will stick with this match until the very end, but I do hear that the nickel match is actually still close. So if you're interested in seeing how that ends, then you should head over to the other room and check out that one.
Yeah, I certainly plan to. Well, we do have a slam, but of course not one to bring a driver want to see bid.
Yeah, I guess with clubs breaking favorably for Declare, 6 spades is making.
Yeah, I think when South opens a precision club, West is going to bid some large number of hearts. We'll see what that number is.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not. Maybe he'll leave it to one heart since he has a constructive hand, or even tries a pass, hoping that they get to know Trump and he can lead them. Like I think passing might be an interesting way to try to generate a swing. Yeah, so he does just make a heart preempt, so seems like a also fairly sensible choice.
I'm sorry, I've spent the last like 15 seconds looking at the possibilities of making 6 clubs on a heart lead, and I think it's very close. It's very close, but it's not quite there.
I see. Heart lead, spade to the 10, 3 rounds of clubs. But yeah, now you've been tapped out.
Well, no, heart lead, diamond to the ace club to the queen, spade to the 10 club. If East doesn't play the king, if we could cross back to North's hand and ruff a heart and then exit a trump, we pull trumps and East is out of hearts. But it's not quite. Yeah, we're a little bit shy. Anyway,
Yeah, we obviously have a problem getting back to our spades at that point.
I am I am very curious to see how they got to 3-no in the other room. On what auction did you know what? I am not that curious. Klukowski
And
just
particularly like 3-0 by south, right? 3-0 by north if West bit hard, sure.
well, Klukowski decided to ask information about his partner's 2 heart opener, hearts and a minor. He found out partner had diamonds, and then he stuck the contract in 3-no.
I guess that actually makes a lot of sense. Your partner has both red suits and you have 8 tricks in your hand and no trump.
Yeah.
Yeah, turns out they had a very sensible route to 3-0 trump.
To some extent, yes.
I think it was. I mean, sure, 4 spades, fine, but doesn't 3-0 rate to have better chances when you have 8 tricks in your hand? Spades, you could have a club problem, you could have 2 diamond losers, maybe. Spades, you just need them to lead a club, which won't they often do on the when you have that?
Yeah, sure. Well, it
The
worked out
club,
pretty
you have 9
nicely.
tricks in your hand.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty nicely for him. They got to make their 11 tricks. Declare here is going to make his 12 in spades.
Yep. So one more imp going to Bathurst for the 4th time this set. Oh, I'm sorry, other way around. I was looking at the table scoreboard. Oh yeah, no, we'll be one to Bathurst for the 4th time.
Yeah, not to fault Declare's play. This feels a little bit.
Never mind.
This play feels a little bit sloppy to me, but he does just have 10 cashers, even if everything goes poorly for himself.
Yeah.
But obviously, with the club hook on and clubs breaking, he's going to make 12.
Right, and he always started 7 spades, the ace king of diamonds, and ace of clubs, so his plus score was never in jeopardy.
Right. All right, 1 up to Bathurst, and we're on to the last board of the match. So, congrats to them once again. They'll be facing off against either Nickel or Goodman in the finals tomorrow. Again, Craig, you'll be back joining me for the first quarter?
I will be back for the entire day, except probably a brief moment at the end of the second quarter. I have a call scheduled with a client at 1:30 Eastern.
Sounds good. And we'll be starting up again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, because the tournament's being held in Louisville, Kentucky, near the East Coast.
So we should actually check that because the start time tomorrow, I think, might be 9 a.m. for the players. It would be 9:30 for us.
Oh, boy.
I'm taking a look right now.
Thank you.
They sometimes start slightly earlier. Oh, no, never mind. I'm thinking if it were Sunday, they might have started earlier. But tomorrow is Saturday. It is not the last day of the tournament, even though it's the last day of this event. Yeah, so just looking, the Bathurst team had to beat Fleischer, one of the favorites, as well as the Goldberg team in their round of 32 match. I don't know who they played on day 1, but now they've beat two of the strongest teams in the bracket in Marty Fleischer's squad, and now the I believe reigning world champion Swiss team.
Yes. Yeah, they are. And they're, I mean, honestly, other than the Kane team that they narrowly defeated yesterday in a close match, they've just been clobbering all of their opponents. I mean, this match, they're up by 57 with one board to go.
Yeah, and holding their opponents to 90 imps over 60 boards. 1.5 imps a board is generally considered to be a very high standard of play.
Mm-hmm. So last board of the set, South opens 2-0, 19 count, but I think many precision pairs play this as 19 to 20 for their range. And
it's very pure, that upgrade. Even if it is an upgrade, it's a pretty appropriate upgrade.
Yeah, so North bids 3 clubs, Stamen, 3 hearts by South, 3 no trump showing 4 spades. South corrects to 4 spades. Other table also got to the spot, ended up making 11 tricks.
Yep.
On this diamond lead, looks like Declare is not going to have too much trouble.
Yeah, and as we've noted before, there was a period when Puppet Statement over 2-0 was popular, but most players have abandoned it, feeling that Smolin getting to show your 5-4s and still put the strong hand as Declare is more important.
Mm-hmm.
So, not much to this one. Ace of Clubs offside will possibly cause a little inconvenience for Declare, but there's not really much to this.
Yeah, so Declare can play 2 rounds of trumps, and if they split, then he almost has a claim for 11 tricks. I'll go King of Diamonds pitching a club, Ruff the Diamond's good, Ace King of Hearts, Heart Ruff, Diamond pitching a club, Heart Ruff.
Yeah. So East will be able to rough in at some point, but South will have gotten at least 2 of his clubs away by then.
Yeah, so that's one line of play. I mean, Declare might be a little bit careful against some 4-1 trump splits. So maybe he'll try something a little bit slower, like spade to the ace, run the jack of hearts. That would, set up a bunch of heart tricks in his hand and also protect his king of clubs.
Yeah, that way he could draw a couple of trumps and pitch both of Dummy's clubs on his heart if they don't catch the ace of clubs.
Mm-hmm. But lots of options. Lou, gonna be careful. It is the last 4 of the match. He probably expects that he's winning by 1 million, but he would hate to blitz through this hand, run into a 4-1 spade split, go down, and then find out that they lost by 5.
Yeah, so he is just going to, possibly if West had played a low spade there, he was maybe going to think about sticking a middle one to guard against a 4-1 break.
Mm-hmm.
Here, when the jack comes up, he's got a pretty easy ace of spades, as you say. Just start the diamonds and eventually claim the same 11 tricks.
Yeah, I suspect. Things are a little dicey, but he'll definitely have at least 10 tricks with this line of play, and that's all he really cares about. He does get to take a moment now to think, because if he roughs a diamond, he can't take the heart finesse anymore, but either line is going to produce at least 10 tricks, and so there's the diamond ruff, ace king of hearts, and a heart ruff. A diamond, he does get to throw a club, and there's no way back to his hand to ruff another heart, which would easily give him an 11th trick. But when he plays a club, West is the one who holds the ace and cannot pull the remaining trumps.
Yeah, so we'll get to untangle his trumps after all.
Yeah. Oh. Driver does his work for him, roughing in with the queen of spades.
Yeah, I guess hoping that that South had one more club and one fewer heart, and now we could just simplify the defense by roughing and leading the Queen of Clubs.
Yeah, so 11 tricks, a push board,
Yeah.
and Bathurst does take the match by a mile.
Yeah, yeah, really convincing win for them over one of the best teams in the world.
All right, thanks, Craig, for joining me today. I will see you back here 10 a.m. for the finals.
Indeed, and I'm going to head to the other table to watch what feels like an exciting finish in the Goodman-Nickel match.
Yeah, everyone head over there and check out the last couple of boards. All right, Twitch chat. Let's go to the other room. Who told me this was close? Wait, which table is it? The one with more kibitzers, probably? Probably the one with more kibitzers. All right. Let's get me back on screen. Here we go. Do they do slow play penalties? I mean, I don't think they're going to do it at this point in this match. Here, let me get rid of this. They were even 3 boards ago. Yeah, let's see. Where's the score? Why does this feel so large? Like, doesn't this font feel really large? Oh my god, they were like basically even. 15 imps over. Holy crap. They got all the way up to 2 spades and they made 6. Oh, that was this one. Wait, how'd they make 6? How did both tables make 6? Both tables making 6 feels like a really weird result on that score. Wow. Ooh, what happened? Did I do a prediction? I did not. I totally forgot to do a prediction. Whoopsies. My bad. It seems very pessimistic getting to only 2 spades. It does a little bit, doesn't it? Oh, we've seen these hands. Who's Goodman? Hold on. Goodman is east-west? Oh, this is not good for them. So both tables in the other match got to 4 spades. It was a push. Well, ish. I think there was one imp that went one direction. But here, Donati, Precario only get to 3 spades. There was a lot of bidding. A diamond, a heart. I actually like a heart better than 2 hearts. Definitely like a heart better than 2 hearts. Double by East, 4 or 5 spades. Makes sense at the one level. East has 6 highs, but he's favorable. 2 clubs by South. Looks like it is a... I have no idea. 2-no by West. Looks like a spade raise. 3 hearts by North. That's crazy. Hampson is asking for trouble. I mean, he has 6 hearts, but God, he's red against white. Ooh, Donati made the mistake. Mistake. Pitches a diamond from dummy at trick 1. This is why they're losing the match. What the fuck is the ace of spades switch? Can anyone explain to me the ace of spades? I mean, he's only defending 3. I guess, like, I don't know. That's very confusing. But, wow. Oh, Zapsniff is still here. Zapsniff wanted comments on, like, which teams are good and which teams are bad. Team Craig is bad. Team Craig has made so many comments today about how shitty of a bridge player I am, it makes me feel personally attacked. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this, but I have felt personally attacked, like, all day today. That is not what you asked. Didn't you ask something? You asked, what were surprising upsets, right? Well, you're basically asking who's good and who's bad. Because if I'm like, oh my god, Bathurst beating Team Switzerland is a surprising upset, then that's like effectively saying Bathurst is bad, right? That's how it works. So Leibowitz lost to Switzerland by a lot. Goodman beat Rombo. Nickel or bad? Yes, that's what we've established from seeing Nickel just like clean the floor with all of their opponents the entire week. Well, board 28 is not going to be the board they need. They only made 10 tricks, but... Alright, let me take a look from round of 16. Who's Hammond's team? Hammond and Chambers, Dunitz, and if Deepakai maybe, Wildowski and Daub. Like, all those guys are ancient. I mean, I guess Wildowski is not, like, super old. Neither is Daub. But, like, my god, Hammond and Chambers are ancient. Them beating Bernal, I think, is a huge upset. Although, I think I picked it in my bracket. So maybe I don't believe that, truly. I think I picked it because Bernal has some of the Swedish players that didn't qualify for Sweden's national team. We watched them play in the Swedish team trials. And so I was like, oh, they're on a downward streak. And I was right. They got stomped by him. I mean, it was a close match. I mean, I guess I'm surprised that Goodman has done so well. I don't consider Goodman-Purcell to be, like, a particularly strong partnership. I mean, obviously it's a sponsor, but, like, even among sponsors, I think they're quite weak. Okay, that was round of 32. Round of 16, were there any surprises? Bathurst beating Fleischer is a big surprise, I think. It wasn't just that they beat them, they were winning the whole way. And Fleischer has quite a strong team. So that's impressive. And then quarterfinals yesterday. I don't think anything surprising. And semis today. Currently not surprised. Well, I mean, Bathurst beating Switzerland also, but they played well. Like, Switzerland didn't really... I don't know. They didn't impress. Hammond was played by Dustin Hoffman in a movie about Lance Armstrong. I feel like you just put a bunch of celebrity names into like an ad-lib sentence. That doesn't seem like a sentence that makes any sense. Vernal team plus or -2 got to final of Spin Gold. Yeah, like they're a team that Sorry, I'm catching up on chat. Maybe I shouldn't read every comment out loud. At least I'll read them quietly. Let's do that instead. Wait, imps for Goodman on board 28? No. It's imps for Nickel on board 28. Because Goodman failed to find the game. The South opens 2-0 as well. But unfortunately we get precision pairs. Did they open 2-0 in the other room on 30? Oh, we're not there yet. Best streamers do all their thinking out loud. It's true. Look, the one thing that I was taught, well, I follow, like, at least I used to. I used to follow people on, like, YouTube who, like, tried to teach you how to be a better streamer. And their whole advice was just, like, talk all the time. So that's basically what I tried to convert to when I turn the camera on. And I think, like, in real life, I've become a bit of a loudmouth, which is super annoying to other people around me. So I feel like I'm mostly mansplaining everything all the time now in every aspect of my life, which was not my intention when I started doing the streaming thing. All right, last board of the set. There's no way 4 spades goes down. Let's go to the other room. What's happening? Oh, there was some video commentary? I mean, I'm not here for that. No one wants to listen to another commentator, do they? Good. Glad we had this talk. The fuck is going on this board? East-Western... Weinstein's in 4 spades and he's down? What the hell happened? Do we even want to look at the first 6 tricks? They played it from the wrong way. Was there really nothing he could do? Holy shit. Damn, how'd they wrong-side it? Oh. They wrong-sided it in the very normal way. A diamond, a heart, double, blah, 4 spades. Of course. Dude, how did everyone else get to 4 spades in the East? That's so confusing to me. Well, other than Donati Precario, who are, you know, just a bunch of clowns. This is why they shouldn't be a 1 seed, because Weinstein can't declare. No, I'm... So what is this? This is what, like 6 imps or something? I mean, is it down 2? Or is it down just 1? Yo, those club spots are not looking too hot for Mueller. And I bet Declare knows about the club hook. Weinstein declared a really nice hand around board 20, so he was all Declare played out. Well, it looks like Declare didn't know about the club. They also play Flannery, which is not first seed material. Look, you're probably right about that. Flannery is not the convention you want to be using. Alright, so Weinstein does end up down 1. Which is going to be 6, right? 50 and 170. 220 is 6, I think. Maybe-ish. Hopefully I'm right. I'm sure I'm right. We don't need to check it. Oh, look, BBO checks for us. So what is this? 9 imps, 2 boards to go. And what happened on the last 2 boards? These are flat, right? 29 and 30 are just flat. Maybe. I mean, if North-South get to 6 spades, they win the match, right? And if they don't, then they lose. That's kind of what it's come down to. Or 6 clubs. Oh, the score is wrong. What do you mean the score is wrong? Nickel's up by 4 more, so Nickel's actually up by 13. Okay. So they have to get to 6 spades, otherwise it's not even close. And then it might be tied if they didn't make 6 spades here. How does that work? 750, right? That's 13. Yeah, I mean, they have to get to 6 spades, otherwise there's no hope. Because the last board was just flat. It was 4 spades. Did they finish play in the other room? They haven't finished play in 4 spades in the other room. That is suspect. Oh, I'm hungry. That's okay. I have a sandwich in the fridge that I will eat once I am done with stream. How can these pairs be so slow? You thought driver was bad. Well, you know, if they were a true 1 seed, then they would be playing faster. But because they're not a 1 seed, it just takes them a little bit longer. It's over. It's over. Nickel wins. So we got Nickel against Bathurst. Hold on. Who's Nickel's team again? It's Greco Hampson, Steve and Bobby, and Nickel and Katz. And Team Bathurst is, well, the Chinese pair and then 2 Americans. So there's, who would have guessed? USA, best country for bridge in the entire world. 5 of the 6 pairs in the finals of the Vanderbilt are Americans. This is what they get for playing a strong club. What, Weinstein didn't even try to preempt. He only bid 2 hearts. I mean, he had ace, king, queen, 10, 6. He could have ended up in 4 hearts if he wanted. It wouldn't have changed the final contract, but... Spade to the 10. So looks like Declare is just roughing a heart back to hand. Same line of play as in the other room. Jitme has enjoyed watching the BBO Brady bot versus Twitch Brady bot. It is. Well, I'm doing commentary for the audience that I'm supposed to be giving commentary for. I know there's a... Why no new shirt today? You're enjoying the different ones every day. This isn't... Here, let me get the shirt I wore yesterday, just so that everyone's clear. I will be back. All right, this is what I had yesterday. If I zoom in, these are little pink flamingos. It's like a polo shirt, you know? Pink flamingos, which is cute. And now I have my... I don't know how visible this is. Wait, I can do the thing. Boom. There. It's the, oh my god, it's from Monty Python, The Quest for the Holy Grail. So, you know, if you need to find a swallow, that can carry a coconut across the Atlantic. Yes, this shirt is stinky cheese. I'm gonna go put it back in the laundry. I'll be back again. More details on the sandwich too. Should I bring out my sandwich? We can all take a look at it. It's a little cold. It's like a cold cut sort of, well, not really. It's like a Cajun turkey sandwich with I got lettuce and tomatoes and maybe banana peppers and some there's some sauce. Was that descriptive enough? That's about all of the description that I can give for the sandwich. But it's good. It's like a little spicy. But also there's like some vegetables, so I feel like I'm being healthy. It's the same thing I had for lunch, just like the other half. What sort of swallow? Well, of course, the African swallow, because those are more suitable for carrying coconuts across the English Channel. Everyone knows that. All right, last board. Can anything go horribly wrong for Levin and Weinstein here? I mean, not if they don't take a call. Lucky guess. Why is everyone trying to play a strong club?
Fucking clone Norwegians.
Nice. Thank you for testing the TTS. Yeah, I put a new, channel point thing. I don't actually know. I might have to take this down. Did anything pop up on screen? I wasn't paying attention to what happened. I know there was the robot voice that did a thing, but I wasn't actually paying attention. Yeah, I kind of subscribed to this TTS thing, which I thought would be cute. And there's a little command. I think it's that. Yeah. No, nothing popped up on screen? Great. So if you're good with computers and you look at that link, you can probably figure out how to program in sound bites and also different voices into the TTS. It's a big thing, but I know that I only get 100 free things per month. Otherwise I have to pay a subscription fee, which I haven't done yet. But I figure if chat likes it, then I might keep it. And depending on how often it's used, I could pay the fee. I don't think it's much. I think it's a few bucks a month or whatever, but it would be a cool thing to do. You need to start picking nickel to win segments. Well, you'll have your opportunity tomorrow. If I remember to put the predictions up, then hopefully you'll be able to vote some on nickel. Although Bathurst looks like a really strong team and going to be tough to deal with. Someone remind me tomorrow if Bathurst does win, maybe even if they don't, to send Ron a message. Maybe I should play with him in whatever the next Nationals is. All right, North-South get to 4 spades on this one. I think that is going to wrap up stream for today. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. And I will be back again tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern. We're going to do finals coverage, and probably that's it. But I know on Saturday I usually also do a dumb, declare a play tournament thing. Next on ABC is Toronto. Oh, Toronto in the summer. Last time I went to Toronto was in the summer. It was good. All right. I am done for today. So nickel, Bathurst tomorrow. I'm excited. Hopefully everyone else is excited. time to shut down stream and get me some dinner. But hopefully everyone has enjoyed. Take care. Have a good day. I'll see you all next time.